Well, hello everybody. How's it going today? Yeah. Welcome to day 15. Where we're pretty well going to tour the rest of Scotland and then we're going to boot over to Ireland, but I'm actually going to let Carbon take care of that in a minute. As per usual, welcome to the journey. As I mentioned, day 15. Thank you to Cub Crafters and Best Tugs, our sponsors for this Around the World event. As usual, I'm going to go through a few things that we missed while we were gone. I need to like a bumper screen that's like, but not Batman. Frank, we might have just lost the stream. Shoot.
And we've been playing.
And yeah. Anyways, so while we were away, support by Fire bought himself some Legends merch. Thank you so much. And we had a whole bunch of followers here, so I'm going to go through each of them individually. Naga PT, thank you very much for the follow. Probably not here. That's okay. Eos Oleathros. Eos Oleathros. Thank you so much for the follow. What do we got here? Dockies. Thank you so much for the follow. And we also had Wild Doctor. I feel like I want more information on that name, but thank you so much for the follow. Intrasolar came in with the follow as well while we were gone. And then just this afternoon, literally while I was kind of playing around with OBS and messing around with the stream, as you can see, there's a new kind of setup up there, and then down here as well. Got a bit of a new setup, but while I was playing around with it, scared the crap out of me because all of a sudden this pop-up just came out of nowhere. Rye says check. Right. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. To everyone who followed while we were gone, thank you so much. Welcome to the Legends Ground Crew. And then while we were just loading in on the screen, and I've got to fix this, the way this looks. I don't know why it's doing that, but I'll fix that. Anyways, Be Kind 1031 has subscribed for a second month. So thank you so much. I really appreciate the continued support. We all do. And now that I am done that, Carbon, why don't you talk a little bit about what the plan is for today? Tonight? Tomorrow?
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Today.
Today.
9 a.m. or right around 9 a.m. if you haven't set your time already. It's obviously overcast. That was kind of the forecast for today, and some light rain showers periodically. I didn't quite know that the winds were going to be this strong, so this is going to be pretty fun. It's blowing pretty good out there, so hopefully people can survive the battle.
Is the windsock working?
Oh, who knows?
Wasn't there issues with windsock? Fair enough.
There's a big wind turbine over there. Use that. I think that works. Or maybe it's in reverse. Who knows?
It's spinning so fast.
Basically, we're going to head down the west coast of this island. And one of our Discord users made a new scenery. I think it was Barra. I could be wrong on that. And I didn't realize it's actually in the direction of where we're headed. So I'm not entirely sure if that's the area this scenery is, but if you have it installed and it's there, feel free to use it. I don't know that for sure, but hopefully you guys can have a peek at it. And then once we head down the west side, we're going to cross over towards Call, which is on another island on the west coast. Then to Glenforsa, down to Colonsay. We're hitting a whole bunch of little islands here. And then we're going to make our way down the coast, go to Butte Airfield, which I think is another one. Was that did that one? Was that Shepard that did that one?
I believe so.
HERT. So that's why we didn't see it last week, because I thought we had missed it last week, but in fact it's on this week's. And then head around the coast a little bit. There's a whole bunch of airfields along the way. We're going to hop over to the Isle of Man. There's a couple small stops there, and then head over to Northern Ireland. We're going to land in a place just south of southwest of Belfast called Crumlin. and that's on the edge of a lake. So we'll land there for the night. That is giving us right now an expected 3-hour and 15-minute flight time. So we should have a little bit of time to play around and do some landings on beaches and stuff like that. And yeah, we can expect, as far as I know, overcast clouds. Hopefully the visibility doesn't drop. I don't think it's supposed to too much, but you never know.
Nice.
I think that's about all I got. Yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. Thank you very much for taking us through that. Hutch, would you like to add anything? As always, that was great by Hutch. That's fantastic. Thank you for your input. I really appreciate that. While you were talking about that, Eos Olithros, who I mentioned followed us a few days ago, is actually in the chat. So big ups to Eos Olithros, and maybe you can tell me how to actually say your name with phonetics or something. Either way, Carbon is quiet. Okay, so I got to turn Carbon prop up. Actually, you know what?
Maybe wants to hear me. Just mute me. It's fine.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. All right, we'll try and adjust that as we go through. Looks like we've got a pretty big group here, as per usual. That's my cool guy talk. You know, where you abbreviate all the "were" that you're gonna say. Am I doing that right?
No. We're gonna have to try something else.
I miss Jer. He laughs at all the stupid crap I say. You guys just make me feel dumb.
It's an intervention.
That's funny.
All right. Well, I mean, should we get this party started?
Yeah, absolutely.
Should we get in the air so I can quickly crash and get into the poop livery, or?
You said it.
Whatever you like.
I'm thinking that I'm seeing a few. What am I doing here? There we go.
I wanted to mention we have from last week the points that you can use for doing an immediate landing and then a dead stick landing, right?
Yes. Yep.
Don't bother, you guys. Don't bother doing that when we're over bodies of water, because we're not going to listen to you.
Yeah.
Take your points until we're over land. It could be like completely forested land. That's fine, but nobody can land in the water.
Yeah, I feel like on Thursday we had too many people shut off right over water and just crash into the water. So,
but they did it so
well. Give them a chance. You have to have at least a chance, right?
It's literally like what your parents used to tell you. If so and so jumped off a bridge, would you? Well, yes, I would, because they told me to. Awesome. All right, yeah, I think we should do this. Carbon, you want to lead us out?
You want me to be the guinea pig? Sure.
Or whoever, it doesn't matter. I think we have too many folks in the multiplayer that I'm literally not seeing everybody. So
there is a possibility.
I'm definitely seeing a lot of airplanes, though. 1, 2, 3,
Hutch is headed out. Hutch, let's follow him out.
8, 9, 10, 11.
So you guys can go for it.
Yeah, we got to be 25 plus here.
Oh,
so awesome, guys. Thanks for turning out again. Really appreciates it.
Are we taking this on the roll?
Good. Yeah, well.
Are you recording anything?
You know what? I haven't recorded anything, and I kind of forgot about that the other night. So maybe I'll try and think of trying to remember to do that this evening. There's a good chance that's not going to happen, though. You know how it is.
All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to take it on the roll. Holy wind.
Man, I love these lights that AZ Outback did. Love them.
You can see everything. It's nuts.
Yeah, I went flying for a night flight the other night, and it was just awesome coming in for approach. It would actually, and it felt much more accurate to what a real world landing light would look like. I really like it. He did a good job.
Nice.
Do you want to keep it real low, like 500, or what do you think?
Yeah, because I mean, there's going to be a bunch of beaches along the shoreline, so I imagine you guys want to stay close and just,
sure,
And if anybody wants to use their points for engine shutoffs.
Oh my lord.
It looks like absolute chaos down there on the taxiway from up here.
Look at this. Like
Yeah.
it literally is. 1, 2,
That's
3, 4,
awesome.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can't count. Like I just can't count it.
Well,
It's
All I can
amazing.
think of is every time we do this, it gets bigger and bigger, and Asobo's going to be like, what is going on? Like, we're just taxing their servers.
14 knot crosswind is...
yeah, winds are high.
For everybody watching, I would be really curious if you see people if you're using the mod for the engine or like the performance mod and our liveries, if you're still seeing a bonanza at all. If you do, just drop me a note in Discord, because we're trying to track down to see how we can get everything working kind of in unison with the mega pack liveries and everything. But
I think I only saw one.
okay,
I haven't.
Pretty good.
I haven't seen one, and I'm actually. I think I can tell the folks that either have an old version of the livery pack because they're actually in your livery, Carbon.
oh okay.
Yeah, so
repeats.
because I think it's just there's a lot of repeats of the white and orange,
Whoa,
which is
that's
cool.
windy.
Yeah,
I was
it
not paying attention.
immediately kicked me off path. So, all right.
Am I the only one on the flight path?
I am on the flight path, but I lost you. I did see you, and now you're gone.
So I've had a few people ask me about the prop overspeed, and based on the videos that I've seen for the fuel injected xCub, it's completely accurate, and it goes off typically on takeoff. So if you guys are getting that, once you're established in a climb, you can just bring your prop back and your power back a bit, and it'll resolve itself. But yeah, if you're getting that, it's completely normal.
Cool.
So what's the new kind of setup with this 215 horse engine that we're rocking?
So
manifold, RPMs, everything.
When I did the last update, I didn't realize it when I was putting the numbers in for the that I had were actually for the fuel injected version. I guess I missed it when I was collecting the information. So a lot of what the fuel pressure looked like was off, and somebody brought it to my attention. So I started looking into it. I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's the fuel injected version. And then I thought about it, and I was like, well, I've got most of it done anyway. Why don't I just build two versions? So I had the stuff for the 180 ready, and then I was like, okay, I'll just work on a fuel injected version, and people can decide between which one they want. And so yeah, this mod right now, I can still tweak it a bit, for fuel burns and RPMs. There'll be a little bit going on with it, but from the information I got, it's quite accurate. So
gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, good work, and on behalf of everyone, thank you.
Oh, no
Once
problem.
again.
We speak for everyone.
I was kind of like on the fence about the 215 horsepower, but this thing just motors. I love it. And it's only like 17, what is this? It's only 35 horsepower more, but it's like 17% more thrust and only 7% more fuel burn or something like that. There's a bunch of stats I got, but yeah.
Nice. Yeah, Icy's saying that he loves the 215 horsepower. Looks like most people are confirming, by the way, that they're only seeing at least one, or at most one, Bonanz.
Gotcha. Okay.
The Bonanza.
Bonanz.
I'll give you guys a little setup tip on this. Once you're leveled off, a good moderate cruise setup would be about 2350 on the prop RPM and 22 on the manifold. And then if you lean it back to somewhere around between 9 and 9.5, then you'll get good temperatures and a nice ground speed.
So just to confirm, 23 on the manifold?
22 on the manifold.
Yeah. 23.
50 on the prop RPM.
Okay.
And then you can lean it out until it's between 9.5 and 9. Somewhere in there should be fine. And you'll get good temperatures and, yeah, higher fuel burn than we're used to, but you're also, of course, getting the increased ground speed.
Right, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, doing 126 ground.
All right, let's
into a bit of a headwind. Small one, but a bit of one.
Yeah, what is it at? Oh, 5 knots. That's not too bad. Mostly
Yeah.
crossing right now.
Yep. I'm just getting myself down to about 600 feet. Beauty, 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 beauty. And I'm looking forward to not remembering to switch my fuel, but getting the notification on the Garmin.
Yeah,
I think that's very exciting
anymore. It's like one of my instructors at work used to say, "Don't use a crutch. Don't use a crutch," because you know, I would want to write like I came out of the north where I did almost no like complex IFR clearances. And all of a sudden, I would get into a plane in Toronto, and they'd be giving me all these, and I'd be like, "I got to write this down." And he's like, "Don't use a crutch. Let's learn it." I'm like, "Oh, wait." But he was right. He was right. Don't use a crutch.
Look at you ripping the Band-Aid off of all of this.
Yep.
Ah!
So I just realized.
There are way more beacon lights than nameplates out here today.
Yeah.
More beacon lights and nameplates?
Oh, yeah. There's a bunch of beacon lights with no nameplate on them.
In front of you? You're like out in front as far as I can see.
I got a couple guys up here with me. Merlin.
Yeah, I see Merlin. Sysrek is above you.
Oh, I didn't look up.
Mordicus is about to crash into me. No.
Oh, coming up here at waypoint 2, there's a cool little kind of a crescent-shaped beach. It's not very big. I don't know if you guys want to see if it's any good to land on.
Yeah.
But we'll have
it
to
in
get to the south, I guess, with the winds. Gozark must be right over top of it.
Just about, yeah. It doesn't have a ton of sand, but it's landable if you want it.
Pearly looks like he's going down.
Did we lose a man?
Oh, man. 11-2. Baldwin. A sad brown job. Iceman, yeah.
There's almost like these two perfectly straight dirt strips. They almost look like runways.
Yeah, kind of see them down there.
I'm going to overfly them and then turn around and land in them.
Andre 974 says, thanks for making all of this available, Carbon. Assuming that would be for the mods, the liveries, all that fun stuff, all the different sceneries on the website.
It's it's community effort for sure.
Yeah. Mordicus or Nick the pilot. I'm probably the only xCub with 180 horsepower. Just finished leg 14 and arrived 10 minutes ago. Didn't have time to change the mod. That's all right. That's all right.
Okay.
There's almost these two little makeshift runways out here.
Looks like makeshift runways?
Like they're perfectly straight.
Yeah, kind of like right behind me there. Yeah, Hutch is down on one right now. Yeah.
Oh, wild. Oh, so it must. I wonder if it's just like a crop that's or a grass that's been cut or something.
Yeah, something.
Mordicus, so the fuel injected will improve inverted flight. There may be a limit on how many nameplates they show. Somebody test it. VHS tape. I'm assuming is fake VHS tape. Right in my the only nameplate showing up right now for some reason. Says this is really neat. Love the mod. Fake VHS. Wow, fake VHS.
What?
I am a struggling.
Deep breath. Take a deep breath, Maddie.
VH. You know what it is? My my Canadian is coming out, and I'm trying to speak in French. VH. Anyways, let's just call him fake tape for now, because I'm struggling and coming up with a ton of excuses. I don't know. I don't recognize your nameplate from flying with us before, so that's pretty awesome. I definitely believe I've seen you in the chat, but or maybe the Discord. I'm not sure. But either way, thanks for joining. If this is your first flight with us, welcome. Thanks for joining. We're just kind of getting going, but as we go, you'll notice that we're just going to start dropping down and landing places. So feel free to just land wherever you want. That's got to be Lost Juice right there. Far Isle Pilot, awesome. Went and downloaded the whole shebang. Love it. I can't read that name.
Merlin, inverted flight check. Yes.
Kavari Cooper. Also remain obliged. Lots of fun flying the 215 in Idaho and Montana. Alaska is next. If you get a chance, I have just one BLL livery available. That would be splendid. Yeah, Kavari, if you're in the Discord, make sure that you get that over to Carbon, and he'll make sure that he gets it into the livery pack update every Saturday. So make sure you check it out. Shep, love it. Lost Juice has figured out how to fly upside down. That's amazing. That's got to be that new 215. Like, look at him.
Oh,
just
man.
upside down. Just look at this guy. Look at him. I love it.
Oh, did I just overspeed? What did I do?
Did you crash?
I hit the ground or something.
Oh no. Carbon in the poop. I haven't turned around and looked to make sure that I'm not going to actually fly
I'm
into
watching the
anything.
stream. Oh, I totally just crashed in train because I was watching the stream.
Oh no.
Well,
that's awesome.
nobody do that. F's
Check
in
there's
the
a
chat for Carbon.
F's in the chat for Carbon. F's in the chat.
That didn't last long.
Everyone.
Oh,
Should
come
I
on.
The missing man
Should I
formation.
go with the gold or go with the yellow?
Foil. Do the foil.
Gold first, then yellow, then rust.
All right. Okie dokie. Gotta find everybody. Oh, Mordecus
Love all
is...
the buzzards.
Oh, guys must be coming up in jets. Looks like some people just took off.
Early G, yep. This is nuts. Nuts. Just call him fake bait. Oh god, I'm behind in the chat again. Are you guys on the west? I know it's already been answered, but just in case you didn't see it in chat, we are on US East. Again, the speech is always we're on US East until it craps out, and then we go to North Europe because it always seems to be the most stable. To pilots, any moderately straight piece of land looks like an airstrip to bush pilots.
that is absolutely correct. Yes.
Yeah, any chunk of land will do. Beauty. Gorilla rocking the weird emote F. I'm not sure what that is. Love it.
Looks awesome.
Yep. Fuel injected can fly upside down, right?
That is correct.
All right.
Oh, Undated Daisy's back. Right on.
Merlin reporting massive wind shear. That's not great.
Oh, looks like I'm out front here now. That's nice looking.
Here comes the gold.
All right, let's get back inside and fly this thing a little bit. What do you think?
Is that what we're supposed to do?
Well, and There we are.
I gotta follow all you yahoos. I don't have a flight plan anymore.
Oh no,
Oh,
that's the
all right.
worst. I hope they fix that at some point.
Yeah.
Like put a flight
Well-
plan in, but then start midway through the flight plan. That's all. Like, I think that's all we need.
Yeah, just select your departure point, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gonna put her down over here. I don't know if it's gonna work.
Cat Daddy's asking if the xCub is built into Sim Toolkit Pro. I don't believe it.
It is not, but if you put CC19, if you're doing a flight plan, it'll pop up, but it's not built in.
Yeah, and I don't believe Sim Brief has it either, which makes it a little tricky.
Oh, I forgot to reset my fuel.
I should probably get up in the air because I don't know if there's anything here that I can run into. But
And water. Just kidding.
first, well, that's what I was afraid of, actually. But first landing was a success, guys. Not in the poop live yet.
Wide creek going down.
I don't know what happened to what's his name over there in the golden poop live, but
That's weird. Yeah.
The guy in the poop livery isn't me. Not yet, anyway.
You're just jinxing yourself.
Well, you know, I'm realistic. Oh, jugular beer. Showing up in stream. There he is. There he is. Yeah, see, I'm not, I don't think Eric would have grabbed the livery, the new livery pack, and he's showing up, it looks like, in Mordecus's livery for me. And he normally flies the Skittles. Skyfods. Gorilla lasers.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, this is kind of what we wanted, though, is where it wouldn't just show
Yeah.
Bonanza. It would
I'm
default
okay
to
with it.
another Cub. Yeah.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's great. I'd much rather see just random xCub than I mean, unless they're flying a completely different plane, but
Right. Exactly.
oh man, this 215 just feels good. Just feels good, even though it's a sim. I feel like it's an extension of my arms.
She purrs, doesn't she?
She purrs. She's real pretty like. Fuel injected. Yeah, holy moly, massive wind shear. Yep, Merlin. Yep. Carbon already said that.
Carbon Gorilla is wondering where the ox tank went.
It went away. No, remember, no crutches.
We have left it back at the hangar.
So that tank was officially for an ocean crossing, and that's what they do when they're delivering airplanes around the world, is they'll use a ferry tank. So ours just happened to be that bladder tank. So because we finished the crossing, it wouldn't be something that you would keep installed anymore, just because it's a little sketchy. Let's admit it. You got like a big rubber bag full of flammable stuff inside your flight deck.
Juice.
Meanwhile, you're smoking a pipe or having a cigar.
As one does in a Cub.
So yeah, I opted to take it out because we really don't need it. We don't cover that much distance. But if I have to find out the file name, but I left the original line in there. It's backed up so that if you want to reinsert it, you can.
Did you just comment
really
it out?
I just it's in the comment section. It's I'll have to find the file name. I'll get it for you guys.
No worries. I think you already posted it in Discord as well.
IC is requesting you not use the word bladder when we are over the water.
And Pearly, yeah, I totally agree. The 215 just seems to respond a little bit better, and I think that's what it is. It felt, even just on my first landing and the takeoff there, it came off the ground easier and it's flying a little nicer. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't crashed it yet. We'll see when I crash it how it feels.
Nick says 215 is cool, but wait for me. I'm worried about what he does.
He's in the 180 still. He didn't have a chance to update. Anonymonk, I put the weather and time up. Hopefully you saw that, but if you didn't, let me just throw it up. I didn't want to talk over Carbon and Hutch while they were chatting. So we're on live weather as usual. Always live weather. It's just the time we turn back so that we're flying in daylight. And currently I'm at 9:37, but if you're in that 9:30 area, then you're good.
So those of you wondering about adding the aux tank in, you do flight model, flight_model.cfg. That'll be in the performance mod. And then there's a line called left aux. Right now it's defaulted to zeros, and commented behind it is the 25-gallon tank. So you can just reinsert that line and then save it, and you're all good to go. That's it.
The more you know.
Yes, I see the blue ice checkered pattern is just beauty. Beauty.
For those of you who care, sorry.
No. I was just gonna say Nick's comment. I feel like the guy in the video going out said to restart the prop. It was put in Discord a couple days ago, or maybe a week ago. He's flying the 180.
Tied a rope around his waist.
Yeah. Like if he fell, the rope was like, "I got you.
Probably would have yanked the plane upside down. A lot of good that does.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Carbon. I apologize.
Oh, I was just going to say the runway, it's an asphalt runway we're landing on. 0220 are the runways. So probably 02 the way the winds are, I think. Could be wrong on that. And yeah, it should be an easy one.
Perfect.
Don't crash.
Is that the next stop coming up, you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, I got some noise in my... Oh, there's Daisy. Just barrel rolling. I completely forgot to update my settings, so I'm still on Ultra. And it's just... I feel it. Chug-a-luggin'. I think, Carbon, when we do land, if we stop, I wouldn't mind copying what you're rocking in terms of graphics.
Sure, yeah. Let me...
Don't worry about it right now. Just wait till we land.
I'll get you a screenshot of it.
Perfect.
What's the biggest aux tank you've seen that could fit in this plane, Carbon?
Oh, sorry, what was that?
What's the biggest fuel bladder you could fit in the back seat?
You might just be restricted by weight. I think the largest I saw from the manufacturer that I picked it up from was a 30-gallon. But there's also, you can get, I think, a mod for the Cub as a belly pod sort of thing, so you can have an aux tank under there. So I'm not sure what the maximum might be for that.
Okay.
But I figured with all the fuel in, a 25-gallon was plenty for what we needed.
What's up, Recube? Welcome. Lost Juice. I don't know if it's coincidence or not, but on our previous group flights, I would occasionally get 5-second freeze every so often when swinging my view around to the group, which I never experienced with other streams group flights. I haven't had that once this flight. Not sure if that's related to the livery changes.
I don't know.
I wouldn't even know how to test that, really. It's an interesting theory, though, for sure.
What's the max value of the aux tank? Yeah, you could do some research on aux or
Why is that
ferry
so
tanks or
choppy?
ferry bladders if you're looking for the largest one, and then see what kind of. I think it's 6.7 pounds per gallon, if I remember correctly. So you just figure that out, what you can take in the cargo pod or in the back seat, sort of thing. Yeah, and Icy's saying, "Oh, you haven't banned Icy's name yet."
Well,
I think the belly tank holds 35. Yeah.
So I
Ferry
just...
bladders must be minute. Yep.
All right, I'm gonna grab a beverage for all of the hydration checks. I'll be right back.
Fair enough.
So how was your weekend there, Super?
Pretty good. I'm trying to think of what we actually got up to. I know we did some family photos. Oh my god, what did we do this weekend?
It was so long ago.
Yeah. I definitely got some things around the house done on Saturday, which I think is pretty well what we did. What I did Saturday was more or less just work around the house. Yesterday we went for a nice hike with the kid. Then he went and got a haircut, and then we had some family photos Sunday evening, which went really well. And yeah, caught up on some series that we're watching. Yeah, not much, man. It was kind of a relaxing weekend. It was nice. How about yourself?
I worked on the mod a bunch. I did some work for myself. Oh no, we had a pretty low key weekend. Didn't do a whole lot. I have a pretty quiet life. I like it that way.
Yeah, I hear you. How about you, Hutch?
Sorry, I missed your question. I just barely sat back down.
How was your weekend?
The weekend. Well, my fantasy football team did horrendous, so that sucked.
Right on.
But yeah, pretty quiet. Watched some World Series.
Nice.
Which was insane.
Good.
Well, college football, can't hate it.
Merlin is torn between his traditional word ban or saving up for one of the engine shutoffs or engine options. Well, I mean, both suck. So, I mean... Don't forget fuel tanks. Yeah, I guess I am in... Oh, yeah. I'm going to let it go because I want to see... It's supposed to set at 20% difference, correct? 4 gallons? Or 4.5 gallons?
4.9.
4.9, okay.
And it'll go off, yeah.
I'm going to leave it. I want to see it go off for fun. 2916 on the Barrow.
Thank you.
Check.
Post flyer, overstressed testing inverted flight, and meeting you guys at EGEL. Nice.
That's in the
chat. Don't forget to grab that foiled poop live.
Yeah, that's the thing, is it still uses the tested G positive and negative G restrictions for the frame. So if you're too hard on it, it's still, even if you're inverted, it'll still crack the wings off. So it's always fun. I should probably load up a few more legs in here. It might help my cause. Got some time.
Nah, you're good.
User EGEL. Oh, come on. Let me go on heading, I guess. Heading.
Oh, baby. And sometimes the news is hard to read, you know?
Yeah, it hasn't been super fun, you know?
No, every day seems like it's just another mess. At the end of every day, you're like, man, oh, can't get worse than this. And then the next day comes and you're like, what in the... How did you top yesterday? What? How? Oh, man. Nick, keeping up with 26 on the manifold and 2600 RPM. Hey, do what you got to do. Just watch you don't push it to 27. Yeah. Don't go much further than that. Recoup. So a dead stick landing wouldn't work out right now. No. No.
It would be ignored.
Yes, for the most part it would be ignored. Now that being said, we are 5 miles out from land, and we are landing at EGEL, correct?
Yeah, and then I can get you my
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Stuff.
That would be superb. Stupendous, almost. Cat Daddy, there's no live weather after a crash or a flight has ended. Is that... Yeah, so Cat Daddy, that's something that goes back all the way to the release. I'm not getting that anymore. After, I think it was 2 or 3 updates ago that stopped happening for me. But I believe Jer still has that issue as well. Sorry, you guys know him as JTZ2929.
Just got to put that out there.
Just got to throw that out there, whether he's here or not. So it still seems to be an issue, and honestly, I have no idea why mine went away. I don't know why people still have it, because some people do and some people don't. It's super weird. I don't know. Pearly G. There's a good suggestion for you, Carbon. Could make a bunch of flight plans, each one starting at the next airport, and then someone could load whichever one they want. Just go ahead and make 15 flight plans. That sounds not bad, right?
If somebody wants to be in charge of that.
Where is there actually a strip out here?
There should be.
Yep, I have it in sight.
Was this a download?
No.
Oh, no. Is that it there? I think I see it. So maybe if I turn... No, maybe I'm
really not paying attention well today.
Okay, that wasn't it. Oh, there it is. All right. I have friggin' hair in my mouth.
You said it was 02 and 20, right? So we want 02? No.
I just got the fuel switch.
Depends on what the wind's doing now.
Wrong way.
Yeah, we want 02. Sorry.
So thank you so much for the follow, Ronnie Share. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the Legends Ground crew. I am going to turn around. So did I not...
What are the winds doing here right now? 15 on the tail. I'm thinking 20 is going to be the best option, but it's still going to be a tailwind for us, I guess.
Yeah.
Now, where did that... Is anyone down over there yet? Looks like Icy might be.
Yep. Short final.
Which way you going in?
20.
Okay.
It's a slight headwind from the left.
You're one of the ones I don't have, but that's okay.
Look at everybody coming in from different directions.
Yeah, that sounds like BLL.
Chaos.
I always just imagine like some random airport worker walking around and throwing out the garbage, and they just hear the buzz and they look up.
Nobody called this in. Nobody called this in.
That's so
Just
true.
Director close up on their eyes as they widen.
That's all you need to do
See
to
the
make
fear
somebody
and the
quit.
panic.
Is there a good spot of grass? I'm gonna land. Let's see. I'm gonna land on the right side, or is everybody coming at me? I don't know.
Wrong way. I'm gonna crash. What is happening here?
I'm going to crash.
Question?
Oh yeah, this is a tailwind for sure.
Matt just went into the trees. Are you
that
dead?
just like completely crashed. Literally just pushed me right off the runway into the trees.
Remember that one time when you said,
hey, said it would happen yet. Hadn't happened yet. And it did say it was a co-pilot crash, so I don't know whose fault that is, to be honest.
That's what mine said too, but I'm pretty sure I'm the one who drove it into the ground.
So, you know.
it sounds like you may have clipped someone on the runway, by the way. They're
I saw that.
filing a formal complaint against you.
Oh, man. I should just start in the poop livery.
Like after so many successful landings, you can earn your livery back.
Yes. I crash so often that I start in the poop livery. If I land safely 4 times, then I get my livery back.
Like you start in the rust, make a good landing, then you move up to the foil, make another good landing, move up to the other one.
I'm getting you the screenshots here.
Good Lord, man.
Super. You just wanted the graphic settings, right? That's what you're looking for?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problem. Let's see.
Yeah, I just wish this would work. Well, it kept the destination, so that's a start. Arg. Arg. All the F's in the chat.
That is not the picture I uploaded.
Sorry, where did you put it?
It's coming up. It's coming up there now. In our channel. Our channel there. The around the world.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
All right.
Uh-oh, did I... After saying that, did I just lose my live weather?
R.I.P.
Oh.
R.I.P.
Is definitely not that nice out.
Oh, God, come on.
R.I.P. to your weather.
That sucks because it's been working for me perfectly.
All right.
This is the first time in the last, like, 3 weeks that it hasn't worked. Oh, that makes me sad. I kind of want to back out and try it again.
All right. Should we get going?
Yeah, I guess so. Super, you headed out?
Yeah, I'm going to try and load back in to get my weather back.
Cool.
If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but...
All right. We will get going.
Oh, yeah. Got one bonanza. You guys can start it if you want. I'll stay here so Super can spawn in on me or whatever on the ground.
So the poop liveries can fly together.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
The golden children.
Shepard just elevator down from the sky.
All right, I'll be in touch with the FFA. Vancouver Side Brown as well. Coast Flyer only seeing one Bonanza.
Ooh, Shep, man, that looks like a good headwind. You got going on there.
All
Yeah.
right, on the roll.
Lost Juice, that's a good point. My weather's not working. That sucks. I downloaded Little Nav Map today for the first time, and I just haven't had a chance to populate it yet. What's your gas at?
I don't know if mine's very accurate. I think I've got like 82 and 100. I don't know if that's right or not.
I'm on 82 and 96.
Oh, there you go. This grass on the ground keeps swaying back and forth, and I feel like I'm going backwards. It's driving me nuts.
Oh, I'm disappointed I'm not going to get the weather. Oh, well.
Boomer.
Oh, well.
You can put it as overcast and increase the winds a little bit if you want.
That sounds like a lot of work. All right, let's see if I can get this set up here. I don't know why that's popping up. All right, custom VSync off. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah. Don't know why that's way up there. So let's bring that down. Hi. Ultra.
Woohoo! Am I going to hit a tree? No, I guess not.
Oh, this stuff right here is probably killing me so much. So you basically run everything on high.
Yeah, there's a few ultra.
Yeah.
Some medium.
Am I in the right area here? Yeah. So medium 1024. On. On, off, medium. Okay. Let's see if this helps me out a little bit here.
All right, y'all. I guess we can make the turnout. Super will be on the way in a second.
Oh, yeah. Guys, you didn't have to wait for me.
Giant wall of clouds right in front of us. Kind of scary.
Yeah, you said few clouds, overcast. Do you have high-level clouds, broken clouds?
It would be an overcast layer probably.
Yeah.
And oh gosh, the winds are 45 knots.
I've never actually done this in the sim.
Nope.
45 knots. Get out of here.
They are 25 knots at 317 degrees.
I don't even know.
But for you, they are 90 knots.
Yeah. Whatever. Good enough. Good enough. I'm gonna. It put me facing the fuel, so hopefully I can drive through this without crashing.
No. Kaboom.
That would be freaking terrible. I don't even know where.
All right, probably gonna have to get up over maybe 1,200 for these rolling hills coming up.
Super, if you need the next airfield, we are going to Echo Golf 1-3.
Echo Golf 1-3.
Yeah.
Direct. Activate. All right. Let's go, Daisy. Let's go, Daisy.
As you just smash through her.
Right. Well, I have most of a flight plan entered again. That's good.
Just don't screw it up.
Already did.
That'll be me. Again. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Back to it. Oh God, I missed a bunch of stuff in the chat. Sorry, guys. As I was trying to go through that.
Your weather looks fairly accurate. That's not too terribly bad.
I'll take it. All right.
Think we got rain up here, boys.
Oh yeah.
Low vis, clouds all the way to the ground.
Runway 0826. It is a grass runway.
She'll be slick.
Lord.
Man, we are having some crosswinds. Holy.
2992, you son of a... Son of a... how far is the next leg? Support by fire. Back from dinner. I'm quite ahead. Coming back. I think, did everything get addressed in the chat?
Let's see here. Rob to
All right,
Demorgan. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Lost Juice looks like he's taking care of some of the questions, so that's great. Thank you. Thank you. Minnesota crashed a desktop like always. Man, we got to figure out what that is. Holy Moses.
Gross.
Yeah, that sucks. What is, am I not on FMS? That would make a difference. There we go. There we go. Folks, if you're new to the stream, thank you very much for tuning in. If you came in while I was just messing with settings, sorry.
Oh, holy. Did you guys just get like severe wind shear? Oh, sorry.
No.
I just got
Oh my
shoved so hard to the right.
I did not. That's.
I overstressed the plane way hard there. It was like 160 knots out of nowhere down to 71 out of nowhere.
That must be nice.
2-9er, 1-9er on the barrel.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Pearly got it. The Lulb got it. Icy got it. Yeah.
Jeez.
Sisrex says, felt like someone grabbed my plane and shook it.
Yep.
Just like babies when you try to get them to stop crying, right?
Oh, dude, no.
Oh, no?
That's too far.
I mean, you know, you kind of like, you bounce and you tap their back and stuff, right? No?
No.
Nobody? Bueller? Von Huffnug, thank you so much for the host. Really appreciate it. And then, of course, Beep Beepins.
Oh, no, did he get banned?
He did not, but he came in with the 2-month sub. So thank you so much.
Nice.
And guys, I went into the Twitch settings, and Icy Mittens, I don't know if you noticed, but your 2-month sub badge is white. You're welcome. That wasn't specific just for you. I just actually added a couple months of badges.
Winter is coming.
Yeah. And be kind. You should actually, if you're in the chat, you would see the white as well. So anyone who's 2 months, there's a different color badge. Ooh, says Icy. Matches your livery for a month. Pearly was only
Just
at 500
can't
with
see
that hit. Yeah, Nick's got the white one as well. Nice, 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 nice. Love it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any questions in the chat. I think I got everything. I did miss a hydrate. Perfect. Yeah, so what I was saying, anyone who's new to the stream, or to flying with us or whatever, thank you very much for joining us. This is always a massive group multiplayer flight. I am getting a notification on fuel imbalance. Right on. That's a great start. Right on. Frig. Now let's make sure that I turn this to the right way. Select right fuel tank. There we go. So yeah, if you're new to the stream, thank you so much for joining us. We are sponsored by Cub Crafters and Best Hugs. If you do not have us or if you have not joined the Discord, please feel free to join the Discord. That's where all of our community talks about liveries and sceneries and stuff that is way over my head. But also check out the website, because that's where all the freeware is, liveries and sceneries and mods and so on. And I'm just making sure I climb here a bit so that I don't crash, because I've already done that once and it's not looking good. It's not looking good.
Watch,
climb
very
faster.
fun to watch on our end.
Climb. Yeah, I bet. What else was I saying? Oh, give us a follow on Twitch if you haven't done that already. Keep the notifications on, because then you know when we're flying and you can come and join us, because this is always a massive group multiplayer, so on and so forth. Land now. Support Fire has land now. Everybody
Sweet,
get
I'm
to
over the airport. This is
everybody
working out
get to the
swimmingly.
ground. I am not over the airport at all. These are rolling hills. This is terrible. This is not great.
I've got a tailwind.
It's a dirt runway. Most people, you should be able to float to it.
Well, it's not dead stick. It's just land now. Just land now. Derriere, thank you so Derriere. I get it. I get it.
You got one.
That's great. That's great. Derriere. The air. That's fantastic. Thank you so much for the follow.
Get it?
Do you guys get it? Derriere. It's another word for bum. His name is another way to say bum. Where am I going to do this?
Dude, I was like inches away from taking out a tree.
Well, I'm definitely going to do that, but so it's hard. That's a hard landing. Am I down? Am I down? But what do I have in front of me? This is the question. It looks clear. That's a tree. That's a tree. Get up.
Hit it. Hit it. Hit it.
We did it, guys. We did it. We did it. Support by fire. We've beaten you.
Why?
Did anybody not make it?
I don't think so. We're pretty close to that runway.
Yeah, that's nice for you guys.
Man, it is turbulent here. I'm getting
Oh,
kicked.
yeah.
I'm assuming you guys are coming in for 26.
Didn't have a choice with the command.
Oh.
Just aimed.
Oh,
and
you were right on.
Hey, did you guys see that guy's name is Derriere?
Wait, what?
Yeah. Did you not see that?
I'm kidding.
He followed it. He or she. Could be a she. Could be he. I don't know. Either way. Derriere. I mean, that's a level of clever that right over my head. Anyways, back to it. Rob 2 De Morgan has banned the word land, which is going to make those land now callouts very difficult.
And that is banned till we
Forever.
land again?
Yeah, so that would be banned. Well, you know, the way it's written, the way it's written in Discord, in Twitch, is that it's banned until we hit the ground again at a regular speed and safely.
Hit the ground.
At a regular speed and safely. So
I say we ban it for the whole thing. It's fun.
The whole thing.
All right.
Okay. All right.
There you go.
What's the alternate word? What are we going to use?
I like hit the ground, to be honest.
Yeah. All right.
Because that's typically how I work. Ronnie survived the first hitting the ground with us all. That's amazing, Ronnie. Guns for whatever. Thought I was done for after a short nap, but I made it. Better late than never. Always better late than never. Cease flying. And untakeoff. These are good suggestions, guys. These are good. An untakeoff. I like that. I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. You know what's crazy? When we started this little jam, I thought, you know what, it'd be cool, and I've said this before, it'd be cool if we had like even just 5 other people join us. Now we've got like what, 25 to 30 planes in the air. It's hard to tell because you can only see so many. Don't really know how many folks we have flying with us. We're getting up there in the viewer count as well, which is cool, which always turns into more people joining us. I feel like I'm seeing new names every time we take off and hit the ground. And we're 2 followers away from 200 on Twitch, which is just, we're 2 followers away from 200. And I'm not saying like, oh, follow us, we're 2 followers away. I'm not begging for anything. It's just, it blows my mind that that's where this has gone to.
Bonkers.
Yeah.
Indeed.
It's cool.
Did I steal your word, Hutch? I think I stole your word.
No, you're good. I audibled at the last second.
Are you guys all on the ground over there? Oh, yeah, you are. I see this.
About half of us have touch and goed.
Okay. I see a few people.
We,
I feel like I might touch and go just to kind of catch up.
Cool.
Cool.
Everybody stare at Super.
No, don't you do it. One more noob, if that's not the most appropriate name right now. Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the Legends Ground Crew. You know what, Derriere, I didn't welcome you to the Legends Ground Crew, so thank you so much for the follow as well. Nick taking off.
You put a little HP bar up there. I didn't notice that earlier.
Oh, looks like Nick is taking off on us. Have a good night,
Yeah.
Nick.
Take off. Take off.
Nick.
Take
off.
Have a good one, Nick. Having a hard time. Having a hard time here, guys. All right. Yep. That's 07, so I don't want. Oh, I got no weather, so it doesn't matter.
Why did I not see you?
Vaughn
Who's
is
you?
excited. Vaughn is excited that livery is in the pack. That's great. That's a great livery too. Yeah. Photoshop Kev, that was a crabby untakeoff. Nice. Put her on the ground.
Who's going to be risky and take off towards the water?
Everyone.
Everyone. Okay, I'm swinging around the other way. I'm cutting across the runway. I'm joining in the fun. Actually, I'm going to go behind the line, so if y'all fail, I'm just going to, take the runway.
Slam the right rudder, go down the runway.
Oh, Smalls makes it. Nice.
Coming in a little hot. That was a little fast. I was in the 40s, I guess. Oh my God, I almost forgot to pull back. That would have been bad. That would have been real bad.
Oh, Wardomon just did a nosedive. Oh,
Vaughn,
that's a
welcome
cake
in.
with a headwind, man.
Good to see Vaughn here.
Maple 6 is a floater. So that's interesting. Like, why would there be people floating? Because this isn't, or is this a custom?
No, it's not. I have no idea why that occurs. I don't know.
Interesting.
It shouldn't.
I'm gonna build out. I'm gonna build out a bit of a flight plan here, real quick. All right.
Ooh, the Viz is not looking great ahead. Time to stay low.
Tis not.
So. Okay. We are at Echo Golf. Okay, come on.
1-3.
Echo Golf. 1-3. Enter. Add waypoints, and I'm going to go Echo Golf, Echo Yankee. I'm going by what's in Discord.
Yeah. That's the right one.
Enter. Oh, shoot. I put in. That was incorrect. Remove waypoint. Okay. Add destination, which is Echo Golf Alpha. Enter. Perfect. Add waypoint.
That is a big hill ahead.
Quiet. He would have never seen it.
Your enjoyment of my crashing and panic is concerning.
It gets the people going. As Will Ferrell once said.
PK.
It's provocative.
Man, I'd love for them to fix this as well. EG. I can't see anything, but all I can hear is just buzzing by. It's awesome.
Man, I hope this fog doesn't last long. This is not going to be fun.
Don't worry, I'll get out front. You can follow me. Because I have no weather. If you're tuning in or tuning out or whatever the case may be, I am entering our flight path or flight plan manually because I crashed. EJ. I think that should do it. Done. That should do it. Okay. Okay, guys. I think I did it.
You did it?
I think. It's hard to tell. Menu. God, I love this thing. Beauty. Okay. Yeah, I am the only one here. Cool.
Oh, all right. I see Hutch and I see Rob to DeMorgan.
Yeah, we got ahead of you guys, so I'm active paused in the sky, and he actually landed on the ground.
Oh, did he?
So you know who's the real sim pilot and who isn't. One of us actually landed, the other one just hit a button and stopped in midair.
One of us paused.
Vaughn is wondering if it's one or the other with the xCub performance. It is. You don't want to put both in your sim. That will not work.
There may be a way to incorporate both of them at some point. I'll look at it down the road. I'm sure somebody will come up with something.
We do suggest the 215 if you are wondering which one to use.
It would be cool if it was just an option in the main menu, like you have two xCub options.
I think that's what we want to do is have it show up as two different aircraft.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that means you have to have two sets of liveries. That could be annoying.
Ooh, yeah, good call.
Yeah, so I don't know. We'll see. What was the destination for the flight plan? Is that the final destination or where we're going next? We're headed to Echo Golf, Echo Yankee next. And then we're headed to, I don't know if we can, what do we do there? Hutch, is it flight plan on there?
I got a break in the clouds right above me right here where I am actively paused.
Oh, cool. All right.
Okay.
Visibility's picking up. That's good.
What is the destination for the flight plan today? The final one?
It's Echo Golf Alpha Lima? EGAL? Is that what it is?
EGAL,
yeah. Echo Golf Alpha Lima.
Crumlin, I think, is the town.
Yes.
Just southwest of Belfast.
Correct, sir. You are correct, sir.
Oh, there's Rob.
Is approaching rapidly.
Morty looks like he's having a nice little flight down at the river there.
All right, about to unpause.
I am.
Ooh, this is cool over here, man. These hills right into the ocean. There goes Rob. With the tailwind and all.
Are you guys about to start crossing water, or are you still over land?
Just starting to cross the water.
Okay.
We could circle around here for a
minute.
No,
you do your thing. Do your thing. I was just a little bit behind because I was doing my flight plan and such. Flight plan and such. Anyways. 2,000 feet.
What are you up to, Hutch? Are you
1,500?
I'm staying nice and low. This island is pretty cool.
I had to go up to 2,000 to not smack into the side of that hill back there.
Yeah.
And I hadn't got back down yet.
Oh man, that place looks awesome for doing landings.
There's a lot of spots up here.
I'm gonna stay close to land.
All right. Oh, come on. We're clear. Okay. Definitely wanted to play and land up here, but that's okay. Dockies. It is a mod, and I don't remember the name of it right now. But it's just a simple mod, and it's actually kind of cool because you can turn them off and on with a hotkey, which the game does not, or sorry, the sim does not have right now. Hopefully that's something that comes up, but it's amazing. It makes such a difference in just being able to see everyone and then to be able to quickly turn them off. Now, that being said, with turning them off, as you get around people and it updates as to who you can see, the nameplates will turn back on, but it's just a matter of literally just turning them on and off again. So it's a very cool mod.
All right, well, don't active pause, because then your autopilot will never work again.
Oh, is it trying to barrel roll you into the ground?
Yes,
oh, yeah, hard barrel roll.
Good. Well, actually, and this is not joking, if you're up at 2,000 feet, you got some time. Try and wait a second to see if it levels itself out.
I think the plane would crash first. It's like literally banking barrel roll left and then nose down.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I've had that before.
Extreme. That might be a little extreme.
You may have to reset if you want to use your autopilot.
Why is my pitot? Okay, so guys, the pitot toggle going on and off is because you've likely hit 7 degrees Celsius or are bouncing up and down in between 7 degrees Celsius. So if you want to stop that, just turn the pitot heat on with Shift H.
Yeah. So it's supposed to come on automatically, but I think something with the logic got a little messed up in the Garmin mod. So it's not actually turning the pitot heat on. So if you get the pitot heat message, just Shift H will turn it on, and it'll do a quick warm up, and then it'll turn off.
So I just zoomed in here because I was like, oh, this doesn't say carb heat. I was kind of wondering, like, did you change it to say inop?
Yeah,
whatever.
inop. Yeah, inoperative.
Yeah, inoperative. Got it. Okay. Yep. But what I also noticed now is that after pointing out that your tail numbers are right on this light white panel, that it actually says whoops.
Oh, mine does too, because I didn't change it.
Yeah.
Amazing. That's awesome.
Yeah, I didn't change it in the sim, so I just have whatever the default was for the poop live, which is hilarious.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Love it.
Whoops.
There's a known active pause glitch that causes the heading to get misaligned. Press D to correct.
Oh, so it's like a heading drift. That's cool.
That's interesting.
Well, not cool, but interesting.
It's cool that it's fixable.
Yeah, we're barrel rolling. It didn't work.
Didn't work. Oh,
try again. Dude. But this time don't stop the plane from barrel rolling.
What if you recycle your avionics and then turn them on and then do the D? See if that.
I had them off, so we'll see.
Do the D. Gyro drift error. Interesting.
All right, so avionic master switch is off. Currently hand flying.
Cat Daddy added the matching throttle for my Thrustmaster T16,000. Game changer. Interesting. If you reload the plane with the if you reload, I don't know what that says.
Probably meant dev mode, I think.
If you reload the plane with the dev mode, it'll fix the autopilot.
Do the resync. Right.
That's basically resetting kind of the plane, right?
Yeah.
Awesome. So I'm not snacking tonight, but as we always ask in every BLL flight, what's everybody snacking on? What are you chewing on?
Nothing for me. I'm trying to be good.
Yeah.
Dinner is inbound from a little place you may have heard called In and Out.
Have never had In and Out.
Hutch, so off to your, I'm guessing to your left there is a little crescent-shaped bay called Kaloran Bay, appropriately named. I don't know if you want to try and land on that. Looks like a good spot.
Indeed,
unless it's
it does.
sloped. I don't know if it's really sloped or not.
Stand by, investigating.
Are you guys landing at the airport at all? You're just gonna kind of.
It's before the airfield.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Coast Flyer coming in with the subscription. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And as I always say, before I say it, so if you guys saw the stream, that health bar. So I was kind of playing around with it, and there's this mode called the boss. Essentially, it's a little bit of a game for viewers to play to try and get the health bar all the way to the bottom. So essentially, it's a boss fight, and Bush League Legends would be the boss. In this case, we start with 10,000 hit points, and like follows, subs, I think bits and donations and stuff like that. It all ticks away at the health, and I literally just found it today, so I don't have a if you beat Bush League Legends, this is what you get sort of thing. I haven't even talked to you. Yeah, just it's a game, Hutch. It's not real.
But landed on the beach was very hard.
Guys, I hope I find you guys up here.
Oh, this is like a tailwind.
Yeah,
But either way, that's what that is. Coast Flyer, thank you so much for the subscription. I'm going to say it again. And welcome
to
the League of Legendary Bush Pilot. No, I didn't like that one. I don't like that one. I'm going back to the Ringo. Welcome to the League of Legendary Bush Pilots. Huzzah. I didn't like that one either. You know what, Coast Flyer? I ruined it. I'm sorry.
He'll make it up to you. He will send you money in the mail.
I will send you Bitcoin that I don't have because I don't have Bitcoin. Is Bitcoin still a thing? That's still a thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I don't hear about it as much anymore. It's weird. Like, I know it's still up there in the stocks and stuff. All right, coming on down.
Coming on down.
Roger.
On down to Beachaville. By the way, I'm sure a whole bunch of people have said the L word.
What are you talking
well,
about?
I'm hand flying anyway.
Yeah.
I'm hand flying against my will anyway, so land.
Yeah.
Landity land.
All right, well, don't celebrate. Mordecus, I'd actually thought about giving away stall points to everybody who's watching, or who would be contributing or whatever, but I don't know how to do it in Twitch yet. I know how to do it from Streamlabs, but I don't know how to do it in Twitch. So, and they're different. We're using the stall points that we're using are in Twitch, so I have to figure that out.
Be
I'm
like
sure
a key command or type command or something, right?
I'm sure it's a quick Google search to figure it out.
Where's Gorilla?
Yeah, Gorilla.
Sounds like
Actually,
a mod task.
I didn't even ask. Gorilla, are you modding?
Mods.
Anyone hitting the ground at EGEY, definitely take runway 28. It is almost a dead-on headwind. Beauty.
It is
Perfect.
bananas. I'm coming in so slow.
Awesome.
Actually, I'm about to hit Shep because he's going even slower.
I'm going to do a 3 flapper.
No. Hit him. He's dead.
Okay, well, it's not a game hutch.
Took his wheels off with my rudder. Or with my prop. That is some pretty great stall landing practice, though. What a tasty landing.
Boom, 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 boom. Also, I didn't acknowledge what everybody was saying in terms of snacks, so I'm going to go up and read those because some of them were... all of them are fantastic. So after you had mentioned getting In-N-Out, and then we talked about not having In-N-Out, Mordecus cooked burgers on the grill. Always classic, always delicious. Rob Tuda Morgan, peanut butter filled pretzels. Man,
Nice.
can't go wrong there.
Yummy.
Moose Knuckle, Taco Bell, and a Bud Light. That
sounds dangerous.
That sounds like you're going to have an epic evening. I'll put it that way. That is going to be good on the way in and not so good on the way out. But worth it. Support by fire. You know what? This goes to you too. Flaming Hot Cheetos. You taste good on the way in, but oh boy. Oh boy,
Why
the
are
way
you
out
chasing
is...
it any other direction?
Look
okay,
at that
yeah.
landing. That was awesome.
Pigpen whiskey till dinner comes. That's a tasty treat.
Out of food group?
I should try and find this runway here. Who else? Gorilla enjoys and is his favorite of the In-N-Outs. Maple 6 having some rosemary, braised beef, and polenta. Oh, baby.
Sounds way too bougie for me.
Oof, that sounds good. VHS tape had some pork crackling earlier. Really greased up the flight stick. Beauty. Cat Daddy, Tostitos, and a Corona. That sounds familiar. I feel like we've heard you have that before. Hey, man, if it's good, you keep going. Can't eat Cheetos and do anything else. That is a good point. All right.
How was your landing there, Carbon?
What's that?
Did you land already?
Oh, yeah.
Dang it, I missed it.
It was awesome, man. I
Sounded
stopped
majestic.
at the threshold. It was awesome. Three flap landing right at stall, and it just plopped down and stopped. It was awesome.
Here comes Merlin.
Oh, Merlin!
Beautiful,
Nicely done.
Somewhere out there, soon to appear out of thin air, will be Matt, aka Super.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Do you see his name out there? I don't see his name.
I don't see you guys either. I see a whole bunch of people.
We'll pop in, don't you worry.
It must be that we loaded in the nearest 25 or whatever.
Pigpen, here comes Jugular Beer.
Oh, you know what?
6, that's a sweet takeoff in future.
I don't have the wind.
Boo. Super kick me touchdown.
A little bit of a bounce there.
All right.
I think that's everyone, yeah?
Yeah. I guess we're heading out.
Let us go. Depart, everyone, at once.
I want to depart with 3 flaps. Let's see what happens.
Recoup, we definitely do not have. I don't know if this was already answered, so I'm just catching on. We don't have the new xCub. This is crazy. I don't have the weather, but I can see you guys taking off like
little paper airplanes.
Like I do have. Yes.
Totally do 3 flap takeoff if you got the headwind. It's awesome.
Vaughn's having some cottage cheese and salsa with sun chips. Nice. Grease it super. Yeah. Sorry, Icy. I didn't grease that too well, and I didn't have the wind to play with and have some fun. So that kind of makes me sad. Oh my God, Bluefo is like barely moving above me. That's awesome. Oh, who just all these planes just like oh, it's great. Absolutely love it. Oh, Dickens 64 coming in with the follow a few minutes ago. I missed it. I'm playing it again. And you know why I'm playing it again? Because Dickens 64, you are the 200th member of the Legends Ground Crew. Welcome to you. Thank you so much.
Holy
really appreciate it.
200
bonkers followers on this crazy platform.
What have we created? What have we done?
And holy cow, Guns for Whatever coming in with 5 gifted subs.
Nice.
I you know what? I don't have a cool thing to say for gifted subs yet. I'm gonna have to workshop that. Maybe I'll take some ideas now. Take some suggestions from folks. Feel free. Feel free to provide some suggestions, because I don't know. But Guns for Whatever, thank you so much for the support. In fact, let's get some fire in the chat for Guns for Whatever, and especially for SB Eric 407 getting a sub from Guns for Whatever. Von Huffna getting a sub. Future Cubist getting a sub. Udade getting a sub. And Rescue Dog getting a sub.
That's awesome.
Right on. I think that unlocks some emotes and a whole bunch of stuff for you folks, which I still don't fully understand. But that's okay. Thank you for the support. That's amazing.
Okay, boomer.
Okay. Wow. I know what an emote is.
I've heard kids say that before. I know it's a good one to use.
Celebration hype. Discovery flights. Thanks for giving the bush. Thanks for giving the bush that keeps on giving. Okay, that's a good start. I like that. Dig it.
Where are we stopping next here? Knockchrome Airstrip.
Oh, my
Another
route
grass
is going
strip.
to be a little bit different.
0927. EGIS. Do you have that one in there?
Yep. My route's just a little bit different, I think. You guys are all off to the right there a little bit more. Skylane's being my wingman. Well, hello. Skylane, I'm not going to lie. Your undercarriage is mighty fine.
What?
Look at it. She's so blue and shiny. You gotta
Eyes down.
You got blue eyes. Oh, sorry. Eyes down. Sorry about that. Skylane's got blue undercarriage.
I'm uncomfortable.
Don't be uncomfortable. Don't be uncomfortable. Ooh, Mordicus, that's a good one. The only concern, giving puts you in a league of your own. The only concern about that is that we've had a few people gift subs. So it would have to be a small club of some sort. You know, sometimes I say something on stream that I think still surprises people a little bit, and I'm just like, no, you guys don't know me that well.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
My friends my very few friends that I have in real person life. That doesn't make sense. My non-sim friends, because you're all my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends list to a small amount because I think they choose to let me keep that or choose that for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
People I meet are like, you know what? You have enough friends already. I'm going to pass.
Were you looking at their undercarriages?
Well, I mean, how else are you going to really get to know them if dogs do it?
Yikes.
Oh, man. Oh.
Are we going to land on these mountains ahead of us? Let's change the subject, by the way. Oh, careful. Careful, Rob. I don't want you choking. What?
Identity. What is that?
Why? I don't understand that.
Allow it.
Of course, allow it. It's just a
Weird.
emote. Super looking at undercarriage, just checking for skid marks. You've seen the way I land. I'll put it that way.
What a great livery you have. I shouldn't have, and I just did it anyway.
What, you crashed?
No, I said it.
Oh, you did. You did. That's okay. I'm sure we're going to want to pop up on the top of a couple of these oversized hills.
Knockroam airstrip right here. For anybody that wants to take a run at it. Definitely don't go straight in. It is full tailwind.
You're already at the airstrip? Holy crap. I was going to try and land on something.
I don't even know what the airstrip is. Is it just this grass patch here?
It looks like it, yeah.
Too bad we're not in Discord. Climb 2,500 to clear those hills. Oh, see, VHS tape. We don't try to clear the hills. We try to land on them. Or fly directly into them while you're upstairs getting water. Either way.
Legendary moment on stream.
Yeah. The bush has compelled you to be a legendary giver. Ooh, legendary giver. I like that.
There you go. This just seems like a beach. Did they really label this as an airport?
Yeah.
Incredible.
Woo.
The sea is angry, boys. The sea is angry.
I've got calm waters. Barrow 29902?
No. Yeah, that's Rob just literally smacked onto the top of me.
It is just howling. Man.
I'm gonna be in trouble tonight. Or tomorrow morning. I made the super... Well, I made the super smart decision to give the child chocolate.
Oh boy.
After dinner.
Oh yeah.
And I got a text message. Oh, he loves it. But I got a text message saying that bedtime is not going well.
Oh no.
And I just heard the dog bark, and it was followed by crying. So, and they're 2 floors up. So if the stream ends early, we'll just say that the internet went out.
Well, I mean, we're all going to see you get whacked in the back of the head from behind.
You're going to see it before I see it. I'll be out cold, and you'll see it happening.
So bad.
Look behind you. She's coming.
Someone clip that for the courts.
Ma'am, we have you on tape.
Right after this section about undercarriages. Your Honor.
I don't even know if I'm at the right spot here, but I see a bunch of names, so this is
All
where
right.
I'm coming in.
3 notches. Here we go.
Look at Shep taking off. That's awesome.
Whoop,
there goes Hutch.
Just throw the old kite
there's
flaps out,
Hutch.
boys.
Touching and going, touching and going.
Chuckles coming in.
Nope.
Chuckles. Is that my new name?
Chuckles T Beard. Very nice. Well done. That was a beauty landing. Sisrek,
the wife tactic, unplugs modem. If you mean if by modem you mean my life, then yeah, sure. She gonna be mad. It's alright, I'll just give her chocolate.
That takeoff is so much fun.
It's like just throwing a giant parachute out and then just running into the wind. Just lifting up.
Off we go.
What is happening? Oh man, I can hear them. Oh, I feel so bad. Man, put it in autopilot and go help.
It's a disaster, is it?
Well, I mean, it's not sounding great. Put it that way. Oh boy.
Let's see. Everybody getting airborne okay?
I'm way out front right now.
I think probably try to stay under 1500 if you can. Should keep you out of the clouds.
So the next stop is Giga Airfield. It's another grass strip, 0725.
Hello.
Sweet. Hello.
All right. Oh, I hope he is he going to
These are your new captains speaking. We will attempt to hold down the fort. And hope that Maddie makes it out of that alive.
He's going to hit a hill. Everybody gets to watch. This is classic Super. Yes.
The worst part is he's probably going to be getting his ear chewed out, and over her shoulder, he's just going to see his screen as he just slowly crashes. And then he's going to get yelled at for not paying attention while she yells at him. It's a perfect combination, really.
Three windmills next to the field. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's about to have a sore undercarriage. Let's hope his landing gear works. It's too good. These jokes just write themselves, really.
He makes it so easy.
Oh, man. It does look like we're getting the clouds kind of breaking up a little bit more now.
Yeah, that's good. I don't think... There might be areas, like I checked Medio Blue earlier, and it had like small patches of kind of broken cloud or like blue sky, but it's not going to be very much, I don't think. Oh, I should check my fuel. I haven't been paying attention.
I have been checking that, thankfully.
That's not too bad.
Tell you what, constantly trimming out your airplane, not that fun.
Von Hoffman sounds like an epic boss fight.
Yeah, this is a boss fight you cannot win, even with the cheat codes. At least not without losing half of your valuables.
There is a hill in the distance, that's for sure.
There are three
he's got about 5
incredibly
minutes.
large windmills right at the edge of this.
Nice.
Runway. Gotta
That's
love
perfect. So runway 25, I guess, is going to be the best option. The big old crosswind.
I am gonna stay airborne and maybe circle back and wingman him into the ground, I guess.
We're just going to fill the whole chat with F. Rest in peace.
Peace as, plural. The wind farm should be a non-factor on final. Is he gonna hit the wind turbines? Oh, that would be even better. That is gonna be... Gorilla, I'm gonna need you ready to clip at any moment.
Too good. Advice I gave my son on their wedding day. You have a choice to make almost every day. You can be right or you can be happy.
These are the things they don't teach you in school. Alright, I have to figure out which one of these set of nav beacons is him. Which one is he? Can't tell. Oh, there he is. Turning. Oh, he barely missed him. Are you kidding me? That thing probably took a chunk of rubber out of his landing gear. Wait, he's turning.
He's on course.
Is he alive?
On course for the...
Oh, he's in autopilot.
Is it circling or just going?
It just passed the waypoint, so it's taking him to the next waypoint. Yeah. Intercepting.
Moose taking the tailwind on the takeoff there. I'm sure that was fun.
Boys, I think it's about to happen. Oh, the camera turned, so now they can't watch it.
Oh, they can, just from the side.
Oh, it's
Oh, he's coming back. I hear something. Was that him?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
He's definitely about to hit the hill over here if everyone wants to hurry and get off the ground and come witness this. Oh yeah, boys, he's T-minus 1 minute from impact.
Let's all go witness.
He might go gradually enough to land though, and then probably nose over, my guess. I'm just like side slipping in the wind, trying to stay next to him.
I don't know. Maybe he's got enough altitude to clear.
That's what I'm saying. He might have enough to just like kiss the ground. No, it's about to happen. Here it comes.
Get ready.
Oh, trees?
Oh, train. Oh,
He's like hovering above the ground. What is this? Oh, there's the landing lights illuminating the ground.
Oh no.
Oh, wheels bounce. He's bouncing.
No
trees.
way.
He just went through two trees.
No way.
And he's back in the air. I don't even know how that happened. Where'd he go? I lost him on the end of the forest.
Oh, he's done.
R.I.P. boys. R.I.P.
That was awesome.
We
So I guess the autopilot can't land the plane.
It tried. It couldn't pull the throttle back. Oh crap! Eric's on his stream following me. That's not good. Just that slow, peaceful descent. I don't know what the music was in the background, if there was any. I hope it was appropriate.
See his tag on the ground here.
It's an in memoriam name tag now. Here lies Super Kick Me. Poetry in motion, it really was.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess we just leave the plane there. It's scrapped now.
It will stay there in memoriam.
Oh, that was too funny.
Coast Flyer, gotta go. See you later. See you, man. Thanks for joining. Hope you had fun. Photos was watching Super crash and nosed over himself.
Oh, I'm getting some of that moderate turbulence down here.
That's a little bumpy near those wind turbines, aren't they?
Oh, where are we off to next?
I don't know, but there's some pretty cool looking mountains in front of us. Across this little bit of water here.
Nice. Oh, we're going to EGRT, Butte Airfield. This is one that I think it was Shep made.
Is it? Okay, sweet. This is a perfect opportunity to mention the merch store. Thank you, support. The link, I believe, is below. If my autopilot worked, I would check, but I don't want to end up in the water. See if I can two-hand this. Yep, there is a link to the merch store below. I believe.
Oh, and I did get my stuff this afternoon when I got home. So it finally did arrive. Yeah, good. I really like the. I got one of the wolf T-shirts with the white wolf on the front. I really like that one a lot. It's my favorite.
That's a good one.
Oh, and one thing I should mention, I bought an extra large hoodie, and typically I take large in most things, but the extra large was just the right fit. So buying slightly oversized might not be a bad idea if you're thinking about getting one at all.
That's a great thing to know.
Yeah, Smalls. I just got it this afternoon, just after I had mentioned it. It showed up on the doorstep when I got home. Oh yeah, Sysrec.
Definitely
It's
getting bounced.
really turbulent out here. Good times.
What's the worst turbulence you've experienced in your flying times, Carbon?
I don't think I've never been in severe. I'd never call it severe, but I've been in like really decent,
Because you would
moderate
just try to
turbulence.
avoid that severe stuff, right?
Yeah, it's not like if you hit severe turbulence, everybody goes flying, and you likely have to do a maintenance check afterwards. So,
Yikes.
yeah, yeah.
That doesn't sound very fun.
No, not really. It's a big inconvenience for everybody, but I mean, it's also dangerous, right? You got people walking around in the back, and all it takes is one split second for them to be up in the ceiling. So that's another thing is like when the seatbelt signs come on, there's a reason for it. Might as well put your seatbelt on because you never know. A lot of times you're in clear air turbulence and you don't know. It may not be forecast, or it may be forecast, but nobody's reported it. It can literally come out of nowhere. Sucks. So yeah,
That
even if the seatbelt sign isn't on, if you're seated, you might as well leave your seatbelt on because you never know. Just one of those things. So I don't know. I guess I'll figure out what runway this is. We've been landing on the westerly runways, right? So
Yep, I believe
this
so.
one has a runway 27. And if I recall correctly, it's like a really wide grass strip. Should be easy to spot.
And this is a custom scenery, right? We're coming up on?
Yeah, if you've got it installed. I'm pretty sure it was Shep. Like, anyway, yeah, it is custom, but it should be in there by default as well. I think, just not
Yeah, still
customized.
landable.
Yeah. Man, everybody's doing really good for these high winds, like all the approaches and everything.
Right.
I don't think I'd want to try that in real life with this plane. Wouldn't feel very comfortable.
Ronnie Eicher with the subscription. Thank you, sir. Welcome to the League of Legendary Bush Pilots. I think that's what he says, at least.
Oh, you got the job now. Matt needs us to give us the option to switch screens here. Oh, super.
Oh, we have an overstressed aircraft being reported by Rob.
Uh-oh. What did you do? You flying upside down? Nope, too fast. Oh, yeah.
Bummer.
That'll do it.
All right, you said 27 on the runway?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
was it-
0927. I'm assuming the winds haven't shifted. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
gonna be.
1127. Okay.
Do you think Matt is gonna realize it when he comes back? It's gonna be just like a blank screen.
I mean, I think he's just going to see you crashed and he's going to know that it's happened to him again.
Uh,
All right, have the field in sight. Downwind 427. Not a terribly long runway, but it does definitely look super wide.
I think it says 1,800 feet approximately, so it should
Oh.
be all
Oh,
right.
never mind then.
Maybe Shep just made it shorter for us. That could be.
Someone asked if we've hit all the custom airstrips listed in the add-on section of the site. Pretty dang close if we haven't, right?
Yeah, I would say pretty darn close. Yeah. Like a lot of them, the Idaho, Utah, all that sort of stuff, we use fairly regularly. And then, of course, the ones that I started doing custom at the beginning, we've hit all those. Yeah. I'd like to do more, but it's time consuming, and it just seems like I don't have enough time to do all the projects I want. But
Right.
hopefully, I'll tackle some more down the road.
Oh man, future cubist. I'm gonna have to land before I read that. I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
Oh, in line with the stupid spouses theme. My wife just came in and gave me a hug goodnight. She had an operation a week ago. My cub was headed to a stall, and I said, "Oh no." She replied, "Be careful." "No worries, I just saved it," and said with one head out on the flight stick. Her indignant response, "I was talking about my incisions."
Yikes. Well, I mean, it sounds like the Legends ground crew is just winning points left and right tonight.
Thank you to the patient spouses. It's
Indeed.
appreciated. I imagine mine is listening right now.
This is a very wide runway. Can't talk.
It's be like a couple 100 feet wide.
Yeah, super wide.
This is a nice little area. More rolling hills. I'm digging it.
Well, should we land and use this as a stretch, get a drink?
Yeah, I
break?
think it's a good idea.
All right.
Can't hurt.
It's only like 47 planes on a downwind, so it's bonkers.
Oh, the strip is kind of hidden behind the trees there, isn't it? Or am I?
Yeah, no, that's definitely the. If you're coming in for 2.7, you definitely got to kind of kiss the tops of them.
Gotcha. I see it there. Oh yeah, good headwind, not much of a crosswind. Oh, this is cool scenery. I like it. It's all the small touches, eh? That add to it.
We got a little bit of like a light rain, at least on my end. I don't know about you.
Yep, I'm getting a little bit. A few showers.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Who's this?
So
is this, Officer Ball?
We had some good entertainment.
I was literally laying with it. I'm like, oh, I'm at like 500 feet, even on autopilot. There's nothing I'm going to do. I'm going to get up in the air.
Oh, you can spawn in at the airport here if you want. We just landed.
Well, I'm gonna get up in the air and throw it on autopilot, but get higher than 500 feet, and then just make sure. I don't think it's chocolate. I think he's not feeling so hot. So yeah, just
having one of those days.
He was good, so it may just be that he's super tired. I don't know, but poor fella. Makes me feel bad. Sorry, chat and everything. I know I'm coming back to a black screen, and really apologize for all that. And I'm hopefully you guys mention it, but Ronnie Eicher, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, and welcome to the League of Legendary Bush Pilots.
Yeah, he did it better.
Perfect. Oh, wait, who did?
You did.
Carbon? Oh.
No, you did.
Oh.
Do you still have one of those OBS scenes if we share our screen?
I do, actually. I think.
Here,
What happened to Super Saiyan? Dude, I've never had hair. I just always wear a hat.
She held him down and
Yeah.
shaved it off. That's
This
punishment.
this is the real me. I forgot I wasn't wearing a hat, but yeah, I can still hear him up there. He's struggling. Poor guy.
No worries.
So are you guys in the Discord?
I got mine streaming there. It
Do ya?
should be up
Yeah, let me see.
in 720p glory.
Yeah, it won't be great, but that's okay. Let me see if I can.
All right, so while they're doing that, everyone that's landed, feel free to get up, stretch, get a drink. We'll be on our way to Echo Golf Papa Kilo next. And I'm going to go grab my drink right now.
Oops. Oh, I got 2 bonanzas. Oh, lost juice. Ooh, that was quite the touchdown.
Okay, that'll work for a little bit. Unfortunately, awesome. Until I can get that kiddo back, and then I'll catch up with you guys.
Sounds
sorry, everyone.
Groovy.
Sorry. Okay, I will be back. I'm just going to go help for a little bit, and then hopefully everything will be all right, and I'll come back and catch you guys where you are next.
Cool. I guess we can keep on trucking here then, off to our next stop. We're headed not too far to, we're going to Prestwick. I think I might pick up fuel when I go to Prestwick. I'm going to load up on the mains. Just for the heck of it. All right. Everybody headed out? Rob trying to take out fence posts. Nicely done. Mordicus, same thing.
All right.
And there goes the extra.
Oh, are we taking off?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, here we go. Woohoo! How's the weather looking out here?
It's hard to say. I thought it looked for a second like it was clearing up, but I also think I was pointed the wrong way.
Yeah, it's still not looking fantastic. Kind of hazy still.
Looking like UK weather.
Yeah, pretty much. As advertised.
So when you're making these flight plans, what kind of goes into those decisions?
Sometimes it's just spots that look interesting. Maybe the terrain around it. I try and look for more bush style strips if I can find them, like grass strips and stuff. Just because they tend to be a little bit more challenging than pavement. Sometimes it's suggestions I've had from people. Yeah, I don't know. And sometimes just experimenting. Like I'll spawn into an airport and it might look great, it might look terrible, and I'll try something different. So yeah. But if you guys know of good spots in the UK, like what we're attempting to do here now is next week we'll be hitting the west coast of Ireland and then down to the southern portion, and we'll be finished in Dublin. And then from there, I forget if I've got a plan after that, but it will start basically heading into the west coast of England, and kind of see what we can hit there. There's a ton of fields, but if you guys have some that you like, he says, "Oh, photos by Kev, the Mock Loop in North Wales." You'll have to send me some information on that, Kev, and then I can plan it in for sure.
I feel like I've heard that name before.
Somebody was talking about it, I think, the other day in Discord. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that's why.
I don't know if I should probably bring up the admin site for Discord here, eh? So I can, or for Twitch rather.
Military low flying for the big boys. Well, I bet they can't wait for 50 plus xCubs to come tearing through there at 130 knot ground speed.
So we had Mordecai 6 minutes ago with the hydrate. I don't know if we did that. Maybe not. And then General Wraith with the follow 3 minutes ago. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Any of you who've just joined in, make sure that you check out our website, bushleaguelegends.com. And there's links there to our Discord channel. There's lots of free downloads. Our xCub mod is on there, as well as community-made liveries and sceneries and that sort of stuff. Feel free to pick that up and join in on the stream whenever you want. We love having lots of people. I suppose I should. Ooh, almost killed myself there.
Don't do that. I don't know if I can run the stream on my own.
Somebody tell me if I'm going to run into an island.
Oh boy.
Or don't. That's optional.
Try to get down there and wingman you.
Ooh, we are clipping here. How far out are we? 12 miles still. Let's see what this place is. Androsen? Oh, there's a beach there. That looks pretty fun.
On the left-hand side?
Yeah. Anybody in for that?
Okay. Let's do it. Looks like Smalls is going in first. Show us.
Wind's coming from the west.
Yeah, he's taking the tailwind approach, so we'll see how it goes.
He's taking tailwind. Yay. Oh. Hopefully it's wide enough. Keep an eye out for the water.
Looks suspect, but we'll see. Lost Juice, super short final. He touched down.
Oh yeah, that's a substantial crosswind.
There is water like halfway up the beach, so be careful.
Ooh, get that wing down. Woo.
Another super short landing.
Oh, there we go. Nice. Early touchdown. Nos. Very nice.
Just basically raiding this poor little town. Have you had any more luck with the track IR lately?
I haven't played around with it too much. I was actually using my phone, and there's a cool app. I've got an Android phone, but I think you can get the same app for iOS. Smooth Track, it's called, and it pairs with Face. Is it Face Track? That app. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah. It tracks really well. You just have to get the you have to tweak it a little bit to make it so it doesn't seem too overly sensitive.
Okay, yeah, looks like Durfa, aka Flying Tuna, is using it.
Nice. I think we're good to go, eh?
Let's do it.
This engine is crazy.
She's a beast, isn't she?
Love it.
Look at all the they leave just as fast as they came. Oh, Support by Fire says that app is making me want to sell my track IR. Interesting, so it must be good then.
Yeah, I found it really smooth. Like it tracks really, really good. I just haven't tweaked the sensitivity enough to make it comfortable.
Yeah.
I'm already sensitive to motion, so it just makes it that much worse. So I've got to make it a little better. Oh, fuel imbalance. Ah, imagine that. Having too much fun to pay attention.
Yeah, what is mine at? Almost time. We'll switch it now anyway.
So you turned off roll and tweak the sensitivity. Yeah, there's all sorts of. I find that the roll and what was the other one? What was the X? One of the X's anyway really kind of makes me sick, but it's pretty decent.
You're not a big VR guy? I'm trying to remember.
Who, me?
Yeah.
I had a Rift S and I sold it recently.
Okay.
Because again, it makes me motion sick, so
yeah,
I've just kind of. And the other thing is I wasn't really happy with the way that Oculus was kind of taking care of their people. So I had what was the new one that came out recently, the mobile one?
By Oculus?
Yeah.
Not the Rift.
No, not the Rift. I forget the name of it. Anyway, I had the first version, and just as soon as they sold it, they pretty much stopped supporting it. The Quest, yeah.
There you go.
I think it was it the Quest? Because is there Quest 2 out now or something? Anyway, it was out like a year ago, and they almost immediately didn't support it anymore. So it just seemed like a waste.
Yeah. What was the app you are using right now again called? For the track IR?
Oh, Smooth Track. That's the one on the phone. Smooth Track, I think that's what it's called.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can pair it with OpenTrack, I think it's called. So you can get a desktop app called OpenTrack. You can get this one for your phone called Smooth Track, and it pairs together, and basically it works like Track IR. And it does a really decent job of it.
Awesome.
Anybody see where Prestwick is? I guess we haven't come up on it yet, eh? Getting
Have
close.
not noticed it yet.
I'm going to do a short landing here to fuel up.
Are you that low already?
No, I'm just gonna pick some up because we won't be able to fill up in Oh no, I'm wrong. Actually, Crumlin will have fuel. Never mind. You guys can touch and go or overfly, whatever you want.
Well, this is a big old airport.
Yeah.
We'll touch and go. Why not? Yeah, a lot of people in the chat apparently using that app that I've just already forgot the name of again.
Oh, in dim lighting, it's working. That's good. I had some problems before with an old webcam I was using, and in low light, it was awful. So I had to stop using it.
All right, let's see. What runway is this? 12? Touch and go, runway 12. From the wrong direction, it looks like. There's 6 planes on the other end at least.
Yeah, that's a substantial airport, eh?
Yeah, I saw it like coming up on the
got the high intensity, or they got the center line lighting anyway. That typically doesn't happen unless it's a busy airport.
Gotcha. Did you have a favorite airport to fly into when you were flying IRL?
Favorite. I don't know that I had a favorite. The favorite was probably my home base because I was done work.
You were done.
But the island airport in Toronto is always fun, especially in high wind situations and low visibility where you're having to do steep ILS approaches. It's always challenging. I wouldn't say it was a favorite though. What's that?
Are you gonna land here?
I'm just doing touch and go.
Okay, I'll circle around for a second.
Look at all the planes.
So crazy.
Bonk. There we go.
So you got some huge like parking lots out on the edge of the runway or the airport.
All right. Where are we off to next here?
Echo Golf Uniform Zulu?
Castle Kennedy Airfield. Okay. Does that mean there's a castle?
I'm going to be super disappointed if there isn't.
Just south of Castle Kennedy is this old airport called West Frew? EGOY. It looks like it's closed. We could go and make a
Support by Fire has busted us for saying land.
And I totally I'm hand flying anyway. It's all good.
Need a worse punishment, apparently.
I think so.
Merlin says that Prestwick runway is not that uneven in real life. Is that a home airport for you, Merlin? You've been there before, I take it? No one mind lost juice, just doing loops in front of you.
Pearly G. Hello, everybody.
Been there a few times. There you go.
Bruno. Hey, I should have suspected Bruno would be in here, but it's the first time I've seen him tonight.
Where is he?
He's flying with you, I think, or he's very close to you. Like off your left, maybe?
That sure sounds like Bruno.
That's Bruno. For sure.
It is a Bruno on my right wing. I feel like I can't keep the thing freaking trimmed constantly.
Oh, the winds?
Yeah,
Be massive pain.
right. Can't wait for the Bravo for that purpose. It should be shipping this week, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Oh, that's
Right?
right. Yeah, because their first run was
Last,
today, wasn't it?
I believe so. I gotta go back and dig up where that was. I think somebody found it, like a customer
Very
support
nice.
message or something like that.
Breaking the.
How's it going?
Oh, good. I'm trying not to lose subscribers. Are you back?
Come on. You're doing fine.
Are you spying on us?
No, I'm just assuming.
Well, that doesn't make us feel better.
How's kiddo doing?
He's asleep.
That's good.
He's
Yeah,
asleep.
trank darts work wonders, don't they?
Pardon?
Trank darts work wonders, don't they?
A little whiskey on the gums. No, I'm thinking, I'm positive the chocolate was a poor choice. I
Can confirm. Okay, next.
I think, I mean, while I was there, I was like, oh man, he's screaming. Like this isn't chocolate related. But I think it's simply just that he was awake. He was super tired, couldn't fall asleep, and it was just pissing him off. And he lost he just lost his crap. So,
right.
He loses undercarriage.
I hope not. But
he might with the chocolate.
You never know. But he, a little change of scenery brought him downstairs, and
oh, nice. He just passed out.
He fell asleep in Mummy's arms.
Good.
Yeah, so
They do that. They definitely do that.
yeah, I just feel so bad.
Well, we're just raiding the countryside currently.
Cool.
Hey there, Bruno.
Like a small invasion.
I'm jumping back in.
Let the dog out real quick here.
See if I can get back in here and join you guys. Did you just land? Did take off?
We took off from Prestwick on our way to Castle Kennedy. EGUZ. Z, whatever. Hutch, do you say Z or Z?
Like for the phonetic alphabet?
Just for the alphabet.
Oh, for that, Z.
Yeah. Z? Yeah. I think I learned most of the alphabet off of American television, so I say Z, and apparently in Canada it's Z.
Well, I mean,
am I wrong on that?
Well, yeah. Well, which version's on TV and which one's not? I mean,
I spent quite a bit of time, I think, watching Sesame Street. So
yeah, you're gonna tell me Sesame Street's wrong? Get out of here.
No. Yes.
So I'm counting the planes on the world map, and I counted 37.
What?
That's bonkers.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
You guys are crazy. They need to increase their visibility rate now. We need more peeps. Because I don't think I can see 37.
You for sure cannot. For sure.
I can see more nav lights than there are name tags.
Yeah, that's
but
probably more accurate.
That's
All right.
Oh, these hills are awesome. Ooh, it's a little bumpy.
We're going to have to make like a temporary limited edition t-shirt for the merch store. just says, "I survived the Great Chocolate Fiasco," and everyone can have it except for Super will be the only one that is not allowed to buy it.
Oh man. Oh man. Crazy.
All right, I got a question for everyone, chat as well. What was your favorite aircraft growing up as a child? I'm assuming everyone was into aviation as a child. If you are
No.
not, you can recuse yourself.
How young do I have to be to have a favorite?
Under drinking age. How about that?
Okay, yeah. My first favorite was probably the SR-71. That
Dude,
plane
that's
was
literally the
badass.
exact same one I was gonna say.
Yeah?
How does it get better than that?
I don't know. Do you know that thing when it's fully fueled, gets out on the runway, it's leaking fuel onto the ground? Just because
I'm
it
trying
has
to
to be able
remember
to
the name of
expand, right?
the book. One of the pilots wrote a really good book that I've probably read like 5 times. Okay, sorry, I lied. I didn't read it. I've listened to it on audiobook at least 5 times. But the stories that they have in that thing are wild.
Look
All
at
right,
the
let's see.
windmills. Okay, you guys going through these? Do a little they are
Making a
going so
Kessel run
fast.
here.
Yeah.
What's the airport we're heading to right now?
Echo Golf Uniform Zulu.
Yeah.
Thank
All right,
you.
let's see. Wolfnung A10. That's a good one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Lost Juice SR-71. He's correct.
He's correct.
The F-14 is really good, especially if you're a big Top Gun fan. F-16 Lancaster Bomber. I'm gonna have to Google that one.
F-16 was my favorite fighter jet for sure. I'll just love it.
C-182, SR-71, Luscombe. I don't know how to say that. Luscombe? The X-Wing. Okay, well, obviously.
The X-Wing. Nice.
P-51.
For real.
The P-51, every time I see it nowadays, like you see him show up at like Oshkosh and stuff, you just have to like just stare at it. I feel like
I got to
demands your
see
attention.
when I was going into the airport one day, the Concorde had to land, I guess, due to a maintenance issue. This was before it was retired. Yeah, I got to see the Concorde in person, which is something I thought would never happen. It just so happened to be on the ramp in Halifax, and it was a lot smaller than I expected. I think you get this kind of grand vision of how like big and awesome it would be, and it's actually quite small. It was still cool though. Such a neat thing to see.
Yeah, the Concorde is one I'm bummed I never got to see in person.
Now, have you guys ever been down to Cape Canaveral at all to see the Saturn V in their hangar?
No. Bucket list, I don't know.
Dude.
You did see it?
Yeah. I was actually, when I was doing my PC-12 training, there was a simulator in Orlando. So we went to Orlando and we had a few days at the end to just hang out and go see stuff. So we went to NASA one day, and I walked in the hangar and didn't expect what I saw, but like the rear end of the Saturn V is just incredible.
Would you call it the undercarriage of the S?
And then you walk and walk and walk and walk and walk to get to the top of it, and at the very top is this little capsule, and you're just like, oh my god, these guys were nuts.
They literally strapped themselves onto the front of a rocket.
Yeah.
All right.
It's amazing. If anybody ever has a chance to go see that place, it's such a good piece of history to see. And I actually got to see the shuttle on the launch pad that day too, before it retired.
Awesome.
I didn't get to see it launch. I think we were 3 days early, but I got to see it on the launch pad, and it was kind of nice to see.
Let's see. F-16 support by fire, says the Huey. That's a good one. DH Mosquito. to Google that
Mosquito,
one.
that sounds really familiar.
Learjet 25. Ooh, Sled Driver. Yes, that's the name of the book. Thank you.
Sled Driver?
Yeah, it's a great read if you're into aviation stuff. SR-71 speed check story. Yeah, that's an all-time story. If you haven't heard it, Google it. It's incredible. I think it's like 3 or 4 minutes long. Skunk Works is another good book. The B2 because my grandpa helped design it. Oh, that's awesome.
That's awesome.
All right.
Wow.
Maple66 said he grew up around the SR, still in touch with many folks from the program. My wedding ring is made from ship 619er72, which holds 6 world speed records.
Ooh, that's cool.
That is a great story that I am going to steal.
So I'm sure you guys said it, but while I was away, General Wraith came in with a follow, and just recently Black Hawk Chan, Black Hawk Meat Chan, Black Hawk Mitchin also came in with a follow. So thank you very much. Welcome to the Legends Ground Crew, to the two of you. Oh, and Anime Birder just came in with a follow as we were talking about that. So thank you so much for the follows, and welcome to the Legends Ground Crew. To everyone who's followed and that I missed while I was gone trying to figure stuff out. Oh man. All right. I think I'm catching up to you guys here a little bit.
Love it.
Yeah, getting there. I missed everything in the chat, so that's pretty cool.
We're just collecting everyone's favorite aircraft from their youth.
Yeah, I heard that. And just in that, BG Smalls, don't be afraid, man. We're all family here.
Yeah.
You'll only ever get ribbed on if you just crash.
I think anybody who likes airplanes will like anything you choose.
I
don't think there's any airplanes that really are terrible.
Yeah, I think you're good.
Favorite jet, F-15. That is my favorite military jet, the F-15. That thing is a monster.
Oh, BG Smalls, Piper Cub, come on. Ugh. No, I'm kidding. I'm just playing.
Piper Cubs. Man, I got to sit in one years ago before I started flying commercially. It was a bright yellow with the black stripes down the side and floats on amphibs. Oh,
jeez.
But I couldn't even fit in it. It was too tall.
Bummer. Blackhawk got to work on the B-17G in Florida.
Ooh.
Story time for you. You're going to have to spill some trade secrets. See, Learjet 25 was the first plane I flew in MS Flight Sim 5.0 in 1993. That's pretty cool.
Holy crap. It is windy down here, guys.
Yeah, the turbulence sucks.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just getting turbulence from Vaughn. He's just in front of me. I was getting his prop turb. I don't actually have, for whatever reason, I don't have Vaughn's skin.
It's in the new pack, I believe.
It was, yeah. and I grabbed the new pack. So I grabbed the signature pack, this B, and yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason. A and B and the signature pack.
Weird.
Yeah.
We can have a look at it later.
Yeah, I'm sure I did something wrong. Let's be honest. So just nothing like a 35 knot crosswind, huh? Also, I watched the clip of my crashing while I was away. As I was watching, I'm like, am I going to take off again? Like, this is amazing.
Yeah.
It tried. It definitely tried.
Yeah. Man, I should have. If I had left the flaps down, I probably would have been fine.
Which you've done before.
Which I've done many times. Yep, that is correct, sir.
Favorite helo would be the Hughes 500. It's a great one. Is it sad that I cried at the reveal of the space shuttle Atlantis? Absolutely not. Talking about aviation history. UH-60 rumbling down the strip, 11 Night Stalkers on a one-way trip. Wow.
Where are you
Please
reading that?
tell us. It's in the chat, man. Playing
How am
catch
I-
up.
Interesting.
Blackhawk
playing catch-up.
Mechanic is what his username was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Blackhawk Mechan. Blackhawk Machan? Blackhawk Machan.
Sounds like a confused chicken.
If you like the SR-71, take a listen to this guy talking about the A-12, the CIA version. All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and put that in an open tab for later. C-17 are cool AF, definitely. Soft spot for the F5. There you go. Yeah, is it okay to send a URL for SR-71 stuff? Only if it's the classified stuff. We only want that.
Just got my 50 hours achievement. Nice VHS. Right on. How many times did you watch the SR-71 speed check video?
Oh, man, I don't even know. It's such a funny story, though. Have you heard it, Super?
No.
I don't want to butcher it,
No, it's okay.
but you should definitely look it up.
Another plane that's so odd but really fun to see, the de Havilland Sea Vixen.
Sounds sexy.
I don't know if I've ever heard of that.
Ba-na-na-na. Ba-na-na-na-na. While I'm flying, I should maybe I can do this. Let's origin. Where did I start? Where did we just take off, or where did you guys just take off from? I think I saw it in Discord.
The identifier.
Great question.
EG,
Anybody remember that?
yeah, EGUZ.
Sounds great.
EGUZ, enter. So now that I have that, let's go over here. EGUZ. Oh God, there's not much left, eh?
Tis
Nope.
not.
That makes me
Not a
sad.
lot.
That makes me sad. Oh, there's a 500 call. That's unsettling.
So the Sea Vixen was his first supersonic naval fighter for the Royal Navy? I could read about airplanes all day long.
God, get out.
Those icy mittens. We didn't ban his name today. What's going on?
I think everyone's hanging on to their points to get a dead stick.
We've given them more lucrative options.
Yeah. W. Oh wait, no. What am I doing? Cancel.
I love that. I love headwinds.
You're not going to hit anything there, are you?
I don't think so. I mean, hard to say. Oh no, we're going to EGUZ right now. Oh shoot. Well,
Do you want the next one? I can give you the next one.
no, I got it. I feel bad because Lost Juice built a nice flight plan from EGUZ to Final Destination, and I was like, oh, don't worry, I missed it. I'll just put it in manually because I thought that's where you guys just took off from. Turns out that's where we're going. And flying over it right now.
Oh yeah, this is the castle one. Did we find the castle?
I don't know. We should look around for it. Let me check if there's a
Drone
castle
mode.
nearby. Castle Kennedy.
I mean, why the crap would you name it Castle Kennedy if you didn't have a castle?
The whole place is called Castle Kennedy. It's a golf course. That's boring. There's a good beach south of here.
Okay, that's a good
I don't
start.
see anything that says castle, like no castle markers.
Well, let's get the crap out of here then. Major disappointment.
Golf courses are just 18 stall strips in one location. You know what? There's a trip we should do. What's the course that the Masters are played on?
Augusta.
Augusta. We should do a quick trip around Augusta.
We're probably... I wonder where St. Andrews is. We're in that neighborhood. The British Open is sometimes held
Take
there.
a look. We should take a look and maybe land there.
Looks like the castle's surrounded by a small lake. Says Seth.
I'm headed south to see this other airport that's closed, and then maybe hit the beach.
Roger that. On the roll.
Oh man, I think the kid's awake again.
No.
Don't worry, we've been practicing.
Well, I'm not worried about you guys. I'm actually now more worried about him. Because if he was that tired, that's unfortunate.
St. Andrews, Eastern Scotland, down the beach from Edinburgh. Hopefully I said that right. Support says give him more chocolate, see if that works.
I don't know if that'll work. That might get me killed.
You going to the beach to the south of us, Carver?
Yeah. Yeah.
Roger.
Daily Mouse, St. Andrews, East Scott. Yep. Spelled it wrong. Let's stop for an IRN.
You need that, like, animal tranquilizer gun from old school.
Yeah. Dread, now you remember chocolate is like coffee for a kid. Yeah. Yeah. Won't be doing that again. I'm really hoping that that's all it is, because the fact that he was asleep and woke up and is now losing it again is not necessarily just because he's tired. So we'll see.
A lot of trees on this beach. Be careful, boys.
Support by fire. If you want more subscribers, give them more chocolate.
Is that a compliment to me and Carbon, or to your crashing?
Right?
I don't know which one.
I think so. Yeah, it might be the crashing. It might be you guys. You're pretty entertaining.
We want crashes.
Anime Birder. My wife's grandpa was actually DC3 C47 certified. Nice.
Mordecus wants to know who are the legendary gift givers.
That's a really good question. It's a new stall reward, chocolate. I could probably look that up somehow. Sure, there's a way to look that up. Yeah.
Question mark?
Question.
Flew a twin engine craft from then until he passed last year. Well, RIP to him. Sounds like he had a whole lot of fun while he was here.
Yeah, second that.
Carbon, hope you got enough room
What
on
a
that
blast.
beach for a lot of people.
Oh yeah.
They are coming in hot.
There's a nice headwind, so it's easy to get slowed down.
Favorite plane from childhood is the C-337 Skymaster.
Yeah, it's a cool plane. The Mixmaster.
Oh, with the little crazy tail on it? That's cool looking.
Anime owned a Beechcraft Baron and a Piper Aztec. That's pretty cool. Twin boom love. Hopes Coronado bring it to yeah. I will. You know what? I'm a little surprised there hasn't been more aircrafts brought to the sim yet. Yeah, because is it just the 2 or 3? Is it 3 now?
I think there's 3.
There was the 182, the Kit Fox, and then I thought there was something else.
It starts with an M. What's that low wing plane that you guys like, Carbon?
Oh, the G36
EZ?
Bonanza, or the not the Bonanza. Is it the Bonanza?
I think it looked like the Bonanza quite a bit. Mooney, thank you. Gosh, I knew it wasn't
Mooney,
that
yeah.
crazy.
Oh man, that kiddo is just freaking out. What's a safe safe altitude there, Carbon?
I think you're at it. It looks like.
I'm at.
Let me see here.
Maybe even just add 500 and put it in vertical speed mode. And
3,700 should be okay.
37. Okay, I'm gonna climb.
I don't know if that would put you into icing situations. 37 is like the highest point though in a sector, so you probably find lower than that.
Okay, I'm gonna go 3,000, then just hope for the best. And I'm just gonna
keep an eye on your temperature. You may not want to go up that high if it's freezing.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go check on the kiddo. I'm gonna
Cool.
bring your stream up again.
M29.
He is not doing okay up there, the poor guy.
Monday Night Challenge marbles in flight.
We'll have to get that marbles going again.
Yeah, I'll get that figured out. I mean, the only way really to test it is to just try it.
For sure.
So, all right, I'm gonna swap over to Carbon here. All right, I'm gonna mute myself and just go double check on the kiddo.
Cool.
So you guys, it's all you guys.
Or Roger.
Oh, I hate when it does that. Autopilot sets a lower altitude when you hit Alt.
It just starts diving on you.
Yeah.
At least it's not barrel rolling on you into the ground. I think the Corsair was my favorite childhood plane. Okay. Most unusual plane I remember seeing at an air show as a kid was a PBY-2 privateer.
Ooh, that's cool. That's a neat plane.
Converted as a water bomber.
Really?
That sounds incredible. Are you going to be able to fit all the little country stickers on this cockpit panel by the end of this?
I'll fit as many as I can on that front one, and then on the side there's a warning about ice. It just says it's to the left. I'm gonna stack a whole bunch there, I think.
Just
I'll
by
make
the
it
end,
happen.
it'll just be covered in stickers all over the interior. What are some good aviation books that you guys have listened to / read? Sled Driver is a really good one. I will promote that one for sure. So is Skunkworks too, actually. The guy that narrates it, if it's the one I'm remembering, I really like that one. Chicken Hawk by Robert Mason. Okay. Fate is the Hunter. Got to save these. There was another one I read. It's about Desert Storm, I think. It was about the group of F-16 pilots, I want to say. And their whole job was just to fly low into the SAM site radars and get them to shoot at them so that they could figure out where they were.
Oh, really?
And then go take them out. It was the most insane book I've ever listened to. Their whole job was to get shot at, evade the missile, and then go take out the SAM sites. It was crazy.
Actually, my former flight instructor from college, he flies. Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember the name of the plane, but it's basically pulls drones behind it, like aerial targets.
Sounds insane.
That the military, he flies all over the place, but basically they use them for target practice.
Don't shoot me, shoot the drones. You idiots. Alright, I need to save all these book titles somewhere.
That'd be kind of a neat little Discord channel or something we could put in, or even a page on the website as recommended books. Kind of fun.
That would be better than trying to copy paste these as I hand fly with this death trap of a autopilot. Oh, jeez.
Second, the Night Stalkers. I flew into Granada when I was based in San Juan. Huh.
The Night Stalkers. I have read that one. That one's bonkers. Air Apaches. Flight by Charles. About Charles Lindbergh. Sorry.
I got to pay attention. Actually, by the airport here.
Are we just turning?
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's a ton of people on the ground. Maybe I'll just fly overhead really quick. Give them a chance to get back in the air. Yeah, I will read anything ever written about the Night Stalkers. That group is awesome.
Is this
Pilot by Norman.
this big old grass strip? Is that what this is?
Looks like it.
Cool.
Kind of farm fields area.
Yeah. Lost juice going in like a maniac. Yeah, you guys, if you want, you can get airborne. I think we're just going to fly over and keep on going. Oh, I am getting some trippy graphic issues going around.
What was that? Just like clipping on you?
Yeah, I've had it periodically.
You're being attacked by the geography? I had an FO who operated the Chinook. Called it the not Chinook. Those things fly over my house sometimes. Pretty crazy. Don't forget to check your fuel, switch your tanks if you need.
Distance 28 miles to EGZU. Oh, is this the Isle of Man we're going to next? It is.
You're right? Yeah. We had 6 Chinooks come in one time while I was working at the airport. It shook the buildings. Yeah, they have a very unique sound. Very, like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like repetitive, bassy, like whooping. It's pretty cool.
Right. That's cool. Let's see.
I prefer Hueys and Blackhawks. Blackhawks, they are really cool. Loudest flyby at work, U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds a few months ago. I would not complain about that, though. That would be sweet.
Look at this craziness. So many airplanes.
Hawk Driver, my old ride. Oh, hence the username, obviously. How long did you fly the old Hawk there?
$15 years. Nice.
So he's seen some things. Finger quotes, some things. Dread Metis, 3 a.m. here. That's my stop. Thanks for tagging along, man. Hope to see you around again. Had an F-22 Raptor do a bunch of low flybys over us before an air show. Hope you got a video. That would be incredible. B-2 flyby during the 01 World Series? Was that in New York? I think I remember that, actually. My primary instructor told me years ago that flying helicopters was like tubing. He said, feels good when you're doing it, but when you're done, you don't tell anybody. Alrighty. Where are you guys? We are currently heading to the Isle of Man, which is... What is that, Carbon? My GPS map is upside down now. 1 second. North up.
How's that view?
Not helping. No. Are we crossing over from Scotland to Ireland? Is that right? Right now? Do I have that backwards?
To be honest, I'm not sure if this is the... It must be the tip of Scotland. Oh,
We are
no.
wherever the Isle of Man is. How about that? It is somewhere in the greater Scotland, Ireland, UK region. You should find it. Jump in, tag along.
Left Baldoon.
Baldoon. Great name.
And go into Andrea's Airfield, Echo Golf Zulu uniform. Yeah, we don't have a whole lot left to do here. Basically, a couple small fields, and then over towards Belfast, do a little fly over the city, and then head on our way to Crumlin.
Mordecus is flying with us? I believe so. At least he was at one point. Actually, I think I see him way out in front there. Might be a little hard to see on the stream. About fighter jets and air show, I was amazed when one F-22 dropped a bomb at last air venture. Hot blast was crazy. It was a very small bomb. Well, it's still a bomb dropped in your general direction, so that would be insane. Isle of Man is one of those weird places with its own laws. All right, so touch and goes only then.
We need to clear customs. I can't believe I just nosedived into the ground earlier.
Was it like your configuration or what caused that?
No, I was low altitude, hand flying, and then I was over reading the screen and not paying attention. And all of a sudden, I see my screen turn black, and it says, "You
collided with the
wrecked your
ground."
gear or whatever it was, or
Yeah.
destroyed your gear." I was like, "Oh."
Hence the glorious livery that you're currently flying in.
Yeah, the golden poo.
Buzz the tower? Yeah, we can buzz the tower. Why not? Probably used to it with all those.
Here comes Minnesota.
Oh boy. Pose for the camera. Jeez, you're just gonna get ingested into one of those engines. Or have the tail cut you in half. Yikes. Going to Echo Golf Zulu uniform, yes. The golden chocolate livery next. That's not a bad idea.
The Hershey's Kiss of aviation.
Do you have fun doing the liveries? Or you like modding the plane more?
Depends on what mood I'm in. I like doing the artwork, so that's fun. I haven't done one in a while. Yeah, I don't know. It depends on the mood I'm in. I think I like both of them equally.
A dark poop livery? Dark chocolate? Double rainbow behind us. What?
I did
investigating. I don't have a double rainbow behind me. It's unfortunate. To the west, he says. Oh, off to the right. Just got a lot of scattered clouds out there. We'll get a screenshot of that, throw it in the Discord. We love looking at all the screenshots. Gonna try to get some of them up on Instagram, time permitting.
Oh, there, I'm getting the double rainbow now. Okay, where is Super Kick Me?
Oh yeah.
I don't.
Is anybody flying next to Super? Is he alive? No one tell him that we forgot about him. I don't see his name tag. This could be bad.
I don't see him.
So we're gonna all need to get our stories straight. I really don't see him anywhere. He vanished from view? Oh, crap. Has anybody seen Super Kick Me? He was last seen in a poop livery.
Oh,
I don't even
man.
know if he crossed the water. Did he even get that far?
Oh,
Minnesota's in front of you? Where are you? Minnesota.
This altitude. I don't know. I think he said he was gonna set for 3,000.
Yeah,
But I'm
didn't you
not sure
tell
if that
him
would
like
put him in
3
icing.
or 3,500?
I do not know. I do not know.
I bet he hit the island. Uh-oh.
Gonna be crunchy.
Yeah, I'm like zooming around in my drone. I did not see him at all.
All right, let's see. We're going to Andreas Airfield. I guess we do touch and goes here. There's 2 runways, runway 2406 or 2911. Your choice.
Ooh. 2906, you said?
Yeah, the westerly ones would be 29 and 24.
Probably want 29 then, right? At least with the current wind.
Yeah, that would make sense. Yep.
Fuel imbalance. What a rookie.
Thanks for the reminder.
That's for Golf Zulu uniform, right?
Yeah.
This is the windiest weather I've ever pretended to fly in. Ditto to that. All right, 29er tree 0 on the barometer.
I didn't realize
saying-
this island was going to have hills like this. This is pretty substantial.
Have you never seen like the videos of the bullet bike races they do here?
No.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy. They like go across the whole island or in and out of the whole island. I can't remember, but super dangerous. There's generally, I think, major injury / casualties at the race.
So they basically just shut down parts
the
of the
whole
island.
yeah.
Wow.
And they're going fast.
A couple hundred miles an hour.
Isle
Maybe
of
not
Man
that fast.
TT race. Yeah, when you watch the video, it looks like a death wish for sure.
I'll have to check that out.
All right, Andreas Airfield, runway 29er. Two-niner or 2-4, you said, right?
Yep.
I guess either one should work. Vaughn, the ox tank has been removed. It is no longer needed currently. The line of code is still in the config file. Should be easy to find. If not, let us know.
Yeah, you can go in and add it. I left it in there in case people wanted to re-add it.
Future Cubist said 260 fatalities so far at the Isle of Man TT race.
Whoa. That's not a good record.
No, but I mean, when you see the video, it'll make a lot of sense. They're not big roads. Buildings are very close. How do I join you, man? Bio, thanks for checking in. We are on the US East server. If you pull that up, you should see a lot of green dots in the Ireland, Scotland, UK area. We're currently flying over the Isle of Man. Got a little bit of flight time left.
Is it EGZU? That's where we're just reaching?
Yes, we're at Echo Golf Zulu uniform currently. Jeez, trying to land on too far, I'm getting tossed around.
Oh yeah.
A little
Right.
semi-parallel landing with Maple there.
I'm pulling in between Pigpen and Pearly G. I apologize for cutting you off.
They literally jumped their motorcycles doing like 300 kilometers an hour. Yeah,
Ooh.
you'll see that in the video. A lot of vertical changes in the race. Super sharp turns, the whole deal. Oh, you don't. Oh no, someone just tipped over on the end there.
Oh, did they?
United Daisy. That is the most crazy view coming in on final right now. Just a zillion planes coming in. Oh, Lost Juice has spotted Super Kick Me.
Oh, good. Okay. So he's still alive?
That is good, yes.
Oh man, that landing's ridiculous.
With the crabbing in and all that.
Well, the giant headwind. It's basically just floating down like a helicopter. Love it.
All right. Should we get back up?
Yeah, I guess so. Gotta go catch
Gotta check on
Superman.
Super.
Let's go get
All right.
Superman.
Either runway, 24 or 29, or the grass. Whatever you fancy. Should be a quick takeoff. Yep, there we go. I love it. Just get the throttle pushed forward. Crack all the flaps out real quick. Admire your short field takeoff ability.
There's one other field over here. I don't know if you guys want to stop at it. Called Mount Rule Farm. It also has 2 grass strips. Runway 28 is probably the one we want to use, I'm guessing.
28, roger.
So we got to cross over top of the hills here.
Oh yeah, I think your first flight plan flies us right over to it. Is it Echo Golf Zulu Whiskey?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Next leg sucks. Huge headwind. Well, that's awesome. Isle of Man TT race. Guy Martin said he used to aim to brush his helmet on a certain hedge to get his line right.
Jeez.
Only years later did he realize the hedge was covering a stone wall. He had about 3 inches of foliage between his head and death.
Ooh.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Wow.
Yeah, like when you see the video, that's how close they are to all the little buildings and stuff. There's obviously a ton of road out in the open, but they go through all these cities not much slower.
Hey, Officer Wolf is with us. How you doing, man? You
Howdy,
came out of your
Wolfie.
dungeon?
Hopefully school's going well. Hopefully you're another day closer to the PC build. I know you're excited for that. Or did you already build it? I can't remember. I don't think you have built it yet, though.
Oh, we had another follow I missed. Bio Falcon. And what am I supposed to say?
Follows. That is welcome to the Legends Ground Crew.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's Super's job.
We're just faking
But
it until we make
he's
it.
trying to be a super dad rather than
Yeah.
a super bad pilot.
No speed limits here, apart from the one significant town, Douglas. There you go.
Man, the crosswind is ridiculous.
Another day closer. Yeah, excited to see how that build turns out. Let's see. I have a pretty good Wolfie story. I met him in this Discord, actually. He was having a heck of a time with autopilot in the Zebo, if I remember right. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Wolfie. So we jumped into one of the voice channels, and he streamed his screen. And the poor guy was trying to fly the Zebo with just keyboard and mouse. And if you remember explaining keyboard and mouse, it just gives you a little square window, I guess. I don't know what else to call it.
That's
To
about
use
it.
as kind of the yoke. And the problem was this little square was just kind of covering up part of the autopilot MCP panel. So he would go to click something on the autopilot, but it would click inside that box. And so it registered as like a yoke turn. And so it would just turn the Zebo completely on its side. And he would perish if he was not able to correct it quickly. It was quite a song and dance he was in there.
Oh, Mordecus gave us a hydrate. And we got another follower, Greyhawk009. Welcome to the Legends Ground Crew.
Mount Rule Farm Airstrip. Is that the one you were talking about?
Yep, that's
All
it.
right. And you said 2-8?
Yeah, that'll be probably the best one to land.
It's a cool little valley here, coming over the mountain hill.
The wind coming over these hills is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. All right, we have a super report. He is going across the water towards Echo Golf Alpha Lima.
And then what happens after that?
I think he just continues until he runs out of fuel. Let's see. Greyhawk, welcome, man. Are you flying? If you are, feel free to jump in. We are currently over the Isle of Man on the US East server. What time is it in game? We have it set to about midday right now, it looks like.
All right.
Dealing with a 31 knot crosswind for most of the day. 11:32 local. There you go.
Anybody spot the field yet?
I have the field that the field is in, but I do not see the runways, so they must be grass.
They're not mowed down.
Okay, actually, I do see them. The field is kind of like a light yellowish green color.
Oh, yeah.
Runways are dark green, so once you get closer, they're easy to see.
Yep, I got them there. I think I got 2-9.
Just a touch and go here.
Yeah, I don't know how spread out everybody is.
Should be okay. Everyone just gradually descending with this giant wind, and there's Minnesota. Head on in a queen of the sky. These are super narrow runways. All right, touch and go. I'm gonna
see how long I can take to do this final.
Oh, you'll be able to go super slow.
I got full flap hanging out, and I'm like half a mile.
What's your speed?
My ground speed is 29 knots right now.
Jeez. Like Savage Cub at territory. 2-foot roll for Vaughn on the landing. Nice work.
We've got
60
one leg left to
something
do.
miles.
Let me double check here. I'm just touching down. 55 miles, so probably 30 minutes ish. Yeah, I would say something like that.
Yep.
Cool.
Roger.
Okay. All right. ICAO for destination was. Oh, jeepers. It's EGAL, Echo Golf Alpha Lima.
Actually, a pretty cool little city here. Guess it's not that little though.
Oh, just in the valley up ahead, or?
Just behind where we landed there.
Oh, right there. Oh yeah. I wasn't paying attention at all. Oh, that's cool. All right, on our way.
So we should be going to EGAC and then EGA. Is what I show.
Uh
That may just be.
oh yeah, it takes us over to Belfast.
Yeah.
Just so we can have a little look around, and then
Okay.
yeah.
So Echo Golf Alpha Charlie. What you want?
Yeah.
Weather has cleared up significantly. Thankfully.
Oh, that's weird. The ground stuff loading in as I'm crossing it. Have you ever seen that before?
No, that's kind of terrifying.
It's like loading from summer to fall or something.
Are
That
you
was
killing
weird.
it? You're killing their land
Apparently.
as you fly over it? Is it all of our exhaust? Destroying
We
everything
just kill. Yeah,
everywhere we go.
probably.
Yeah, all the chemtrails. See, I'm getting the reverse tiling that you got. Mine is going from brown turning into green.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's so weird.
and then brown behind me. Weird.
4,000 smoother air to egal.
Are you up that high?
No, I'm at 1,000.
Oh, okay. Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Thank you, Mordicus.
It's always good about reminding us.
Indeed.
Yeah, VHS tape saying he's getting the weird tiling as well. It's like the Minecraft grass is growing in.
Yeah, that is quite strange.
There's Eric over there.
Got a jugular beer spottage?
Yep, that's right.
Sighting, I should say.
Well, I mean, the the winds were high, but the weather wasn't terribly bad. Not like northern Scotland when we left.
No, geez,
That was terrifying.
that was brutal. Talk about hugging the ground and hoping. Well, we've covered some miles in 15 days so far.
Yeah, I wonder what the total is. I haven't been keeping track.
Whatever the
should go
number
back and
for a
add.
lot is. Let me ask, what is everyone looking forward to seeing in the game that they haven't already seen, scenery-wise? I'll go first. Trees in Utah would be great. Specifically mid to
That out there.
southern Utah, because there's nothing. Looks like X-plane scenery out there right now.
I can't wait for parts of New Zealand
Yes, definitely.
and Norway. I think South Africa would be kind of cool. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, what's the mountain down there? I just forgot. It's like one of those peaks that
like,
everyone tries to go conquer.
it's not called Tabletop, is it?
I feel like
I
it
don't
was
know.
one of those one-word names. Kilimanjaro? Is that it? I don't remember. I think it's Kilimanjaro. Are we going through the Alps? I think we're gonna try to.
I think we're gonna try. Yeah.
Desert in Morocco. Yeah,
You
that would
thought
be cool.
multiplayer at Courchevel was bad. Just wait until we get there.
Just all these cubs just taking over. Yeah, Kilimanjaro. That's what I thought.
Yeah, I think.
Vaughn has a problem. Vaughn, what is the problem? Are you declaring an emergency?
Who is that?
Von Hoffnug is out of Dr. Pepper,
Oh.
declaring an emergency. Someone call his flight attendant. Icy wants to see Asia.
Oh yeah.
Did we? Have you noticed the season changing yet? I have not noticed that yet. Have you?
No, because I
don't think I've
it's
had that.
probably only going to be like summer into winter. I would say, like,
not the in betweens.
they don't really have seasonal changes yet. I don't think. One or the other.
Right.
Ooh.
I know, Carvin, you and I flew in Asia, but I think that was an X-plane. Wasn't it? Right before Flight Sim came out, I want to say.
I mean, I've flown all over there in the Vision Jet, but I don't remember what we saw. We'll have to take a tour into North Korea. I think that's only fair.
They'll never have seen so many planes in their lives. It'll be wild.
Yeah, I don't think they have seasons built in yet, but they want to. Apparently it's more complex than than they expected, or it's not like a super easy thing to do, so but they said they'd like to do it.
Yeah, I know it's on the list for sure.
Plague 5150 followed us. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Legends Ground Crew. For those of you who just joined in, if you haven't been to our website, check out bushleaguelegends.com. We've got links to our Discord there, and there's things like the xCub mod, a whole bunch of community sceneries and liveries. So feel free to go download that and come fly with us anytime. We fly, what is it, twice a week, right?
At least, yeah.
At least, yeah. Mondays and Thursdays are the schedule for the round the world flight. and then there's a lot of like ad hoc and sometimes community events that you can join up on Discord.
We've
Yeah.
got a lot of great developers in the Discord that are working on a lot of really cool things in the game.
Yeah. Yeah, there's people starting to wade in to, I think, creating
Modeling.
models
Yeah.
now, and of course the sceneries, and yeah, it was a pretty good library. I think the site's going to have to grow up soon so that people can start uploading their own stuff.
You don't want to do it?
I don't mind, but man, I think it's gonna hit a breaking point where I can't keep up.
Going too fast?
I already have a big list I have to put up there I haven't gotten to yet. But we'll
I know
get there.
someone mentioned GitHub. That may be something we'll have to look into.
Yeah, that would probably be a good one. Um, my concern is that I don't know if everybody is comfortable with GitHub, like if it's an easy navigation sort of thing.
Mm,
I don't know.
true.
See what we can figure out.
Dead Stick Stole reward is disabled over large bodies of water.
Oh no.
You can redeem it once we have
Get the other
less
side.
blue underneath us. Vaughn does not have much left to see in the sim already. It's incredible.
Nobody's redeemed Dead Stick, have they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
They are tempting us with it. Carbon does do a great job, doesn't he? Be pretty hard pressed to find someone working harder than him right now in flight sim world.
I don't know about that. Durflow 101. I'm super happy regardless. The sim is great and you guys are just making it better. Oh, that's nice of you. Thank you. Everybody's putting in a good effort, and it's making bush flying really really fun in this sim. I really, other than I think we did that we explored Ireland a little bit there, tracking down our next route in the G36, and I think that's the only one that I've flown for any duration. It was fun, but man, I can't get out of the bush plains.
I'm trying something about it. I can't remember. I don't think it like yawed very good, and it was driving me nuts.
Vaughn is saying that he's flown a lot of places in the sim with Fliggity. There's honestly not that much that he hasn't seen at this point. Yeah, I mean, I'm purposely trying not to go explore ahead too much so that it's as much of a surprise for me as it is for you guys.
I like that.
I want to, I do everything through like satellite photos and stuff to try and figure out routing, and I don't want to fly it as much as I can
Yeah,
until
you
we
don't
can
want to
get
burn out.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I think I'm close to 185 flight hours in the logbook.
Nice.
I don't know what I'm at, because I know there was that bug with the logbook that has robbed some hours from people.
Yeah.
And I just haven't checked. Plague, I just downloaded the livery pack and performance mod today, and I've been rocking the foiled all day long.
Yeah.
Those are some very good looking liveries.
Yeah. It's really cool to see in multiplayer when you're flying along and you see the reflection off of somebody's wing, like it actually.
I'm blind.
Yeah. Yeah.
if you leave dev mode on, it borks the logbook. Good to know.
Oh, that's interesting.
That
Oh,
makes
that's
sense.
I've lost a lot of hours then, because that's what I spend all my time in is dev mode. Yep. Make a change, resync. Try it again. Make a change, resync. Try it again. Over and over.
Guys, what are you using as your current web framework? Is it statically generated off a CMS?
It's basically it's the cheapest option we've got. It's through Google Websites, so it's all. I mean, it's a drag and drop interface, all manual setup and manual editing and stuff. Um, it was just the cheapest option at the time. Um, we'll see if we want to what we want to do down the road. If we want to expand things, make things, you know, more user friendly, so people can update their own stuff. But yeah, time will tell.
You still working on Simmons or waiting on the US update? I finished Simmons. There's a problem though. It's not removing the airport that exists there
Oh,
in the
wasn't that
game.
something to do with the identifier or something belongs somewhere else and it
It's really weird. At least in my sim. I guess I should see if it's the same for others. But where Simmons is in real world, the game has an airport there called McCall, and I think the iCal is like Kilo Mike Charlie Golf or something like that. Which I looked up. That iCal is for an airport in like Nevada, which is very weird. So anyway, I built Simmons. I got it looking how I wanted it to look and everything, but it's not getting rid of the airport there.
I wonder if you'd have to go in and add another airport and add in that
Like a
same
whole nother one.
identifier and tell it to erase everything and
Yeah, I
just leave it at
tried it
that.
with the same name, with the
Oh, it
same
didn't work?
iCal. It just like won't go away. It leaves the old airport and puts mine also in the same place,
That's
which
frustrating.
is not ideal. But if someone wants to tackle it, I'm happy to share the files. See if you can figure it out. I just haven't had time to troubleshoot it completely yet.
Yeah, Merlin, the generating revenue, I had thought about it, but ultimately at this point it's not really costing me anything to run it. Down the road, I guess I could, but I'd be very careful with that. It drives me nuts going to websites with ads everywhere. So, yeah, I don't know how I'd approach that. And most people I think these days use ad blockers anyway, so it's not like it would be super helpful. I don't know. I'll drop dead stick in your honor.
Well, everyone be ready.
Here we go.
Dead stick, by the way, means engines off.
Yeah.
If you are not familiar with it, yes, you will just turn your engine off in midair, and you will then attempt to find a place to land without turning your engine back on. Good luck to you.
Here's a pro tip for you. If you haven't downloaded the performance chart from the website, it's a good idea to have a copy. And basically, it will show you some really good performance numbers in there. One of the performance numbers is the best glide at full weight. So at max weight, 2,300 pounds is 59 knots. So when you do dead stick, if you target 59 knots, you're going to get the most time in the air. So it'll give you that much more time to figure out a landing spot without killing yourself. And no flap until you're guaranteed to have altitude and distance from your landing spot. As soon as you put those flaps down, you're going to kill all your speed and have to just start descending faster.
Yes, very important. Minnesota's already down on the ground. That's good for you, because I don't know how well that 747 will dead stick land at this altitude at least. Yeah, and if you want, go ahead and climb now because you're gonna want that altitude. Yeah, you can also just pull your mixture to cut the engine off.
Yeah, and feather your prop. That'll help out. Maple 66, what? You're down, 400, less than 400 feet. You're getting down on the deck there.
He's just gonna straight up land before we can dead stick him. Man, this plane just trims out so nicely once you get it in that sweet spot.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. You can actually just hand fly it really comfortably when you get that sweet spot in there.
Yeah, now that I'm in a headwind, it's a little easier. That crosswind was not as easy. Grade A hot sauce is zipping along in the game.
Mordecai says, hydrate.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Well, I don't know if anybody wants to use their dead stick in here because it's pretty flat and open.
Saying it's too easy.
It's too easy.
It's not as devastating as trying to land on the mountains.
Yeah, that well, the first day was in Scotland, wasn't it, where we had those land nows and dead stick? That was fun.
The worst was I was the one that called it in, and I was like the first one that crashed. I thought I had a pretty good little spot on the mountain to land on, and I just didn't have enough lift. And I just smacked down too hard on the wheels. Blew out the suspension.
It's only worth doing dead stick when Super is here. I'm sure
The
he'll
panic,
appreciate that.
that sheer panic that enters his voice. He's generally not inside his aircraft when it happens. It's a lot of farm looking land in there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. What's this area called? This body of water just past this arm of land is Strangford Lough?
Definitely pronouncing it correctly. Good job. Oh, hey, Super Kick Me is in the chat. That's awkward. Hello, Super. And Mini Super. Yeah, he's getting Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I hope he gets freaking killed by a bot then, if true. Or a hacker. Just visually identifying the plethora of landing opportunities now that we're over dry land.
Anybody
EGAC
gonna
is
spend their
04,
points? I think
22.
I'm gonna save mine for next time.
You want more of a surprise? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think there's some really good spots, and on the next leg we can make people's life miserable.
It brings us so much joy.
8,000 and still climbing. Oh my gosh! You could do like 3 dead sticks in a row.
Bananas. All right, let's see.
I was wondering why everybody was flying over there, and then I realized a minute ago that my waypoint isn't in there for going over Belfast.
Gotcha. That's the Alpha Charlie one? Echo
No,
Golf Alpha Charlie?
Yeah. That's the
Gotcha.
one.
Belfast?
Hey! Okie dokie.
About 18 minutes. 20 minutes.
Well, probably 20 in total till we hit the ground. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Very cool. Is Kiddo still awake? Oh, good. Oh.
Well then. The farm fields here look just way more detailed than the ones that I flew over
I know, it's nuts, eh? Like,
in the Midwest. Crazy.
oh, that flight when you were meeting up with us in Chicago.
Oh my gosh. So many circles. Every color of green crop circle that existed endlessly.
Yeah, it's impressive. I like all of Ireland is like this. It's just so cool to look at the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like incredible levels of detail, but it's just the little things that make it kind of pop. Like how
Yeah,
you can tell where people's property lines are basically that are like perfectly outlined in trees and whatnot.
yeah, it's pretty awesome. I wonder what Belfast is going to look like.
Tell you in 10 minutes.
Well, hello, guys. I'm back. Sort of.
Hello.
Oh, man.
Your plane is somewhere, we've been told.
Yeah. I honestly, I shut my sim down because I know I didn't know what I was going to be able to get back. So, Carbon, this is all on you.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure.
Just have 30 plus pilots in your care now.
Yeah, no big deal. No big
Everybody
deal.
fly upside down. Oh, there's one we could do. You know how we're finding things to do, like the dead stick landing and stuff?
Oh, God.
Fly inverted. You have to add a fly inverted. Right?
Yeah.
How long can you fly?
I haven't actually tried that in this thing. Let's see what happens with the.
Oh, it is trippy. I'm doing it right now.
Oh, I'm
You
dead.
crashed.
Oh, you crashed that fast?
Yeah, overstressed aircraft and caused critical damage. Oh, boo.
Well, I'm already upside down. Are you telling me I'm not going to be able to get right side up? Am I stuck like this?
This is not
Oh,
an
no.
aerobatic plane.
Oh man.
Am I turning the right way?
Retro Jacks. Honestly, the way to join is you can check out the website at bushleaguelegends.com. You can jump in the Discord to get all the flight plan and everything. Or honestly, just you can find us on the map. We're a big green blob of planes. And just join in. We fly the xCub, a modded xCub. As you can see, Carbon is going through a bunch of the liveries right now. So yeah, everything's freeware. Yeah, everything's freeware on the website. So by all means, anytime you want, just grab all the freeware, scenery, liveries, mod, and join in. We love having everybody.
We fly on Mondays and Thursday nights. In the evenings.
Yep, for sure. 7 p.m. Eastern start time. But if you join the Discord, everything goes in the Discord. There's a specific section for just the journey, quote unquote. That's the name of our event. And Carbon posts usually the day before, sometimes 2 days before, all the flight plan and everything.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. No worries about tonight. They're 10 minutes out, or at least Carbon was 10 minutes out. I don't know where he is now.
I'm closer now.
He is infinity minutes out currently.
Oh. Come on, why did my thing freeze? Come back, Sim, come back. Don't do this to me.
You can do it. You're on live TV. Maybe not. Maybe not.
Oh, come on. Oh, there we go.
Wake up, man. We're live? I don't believe you.
So I'm sure you guys got it while it was happening, but BioFalcon, thank you so much for the follow. Greyhawk, thank you so much for the follow. I just realized, you know what? It's not actually popping up on stream. Really.
There's everybody.
There we go. He's back, everyone. Everyone calm down. Stop panicking.
I was so concerned.
Should I try invert it again?
Yes.
Going down the rabbit hole of worst liveries ever.
Belfast City. Right off the nose here.
Cool. Anyways, BioFalcon, thank you so much for the follow. Greyhawk009, thank you so much for the follow. Plagued5150, thank you so much for the follow. And Retro Jax, thank you so much for the follow. To all of you, welcome to the Legends Ground Crew. Really appreciate it. I know you probably got shout outs already when I wasn't here, but I'm doing it anyway because I like it.
It gives him life.
All right.
All right, I'm going to touch and go here at Belfast.
I'm going to land in the parking lot.
Roger.
Fake VHS tape, landing in the parking lot. Grade A hot sauce, landing in the water. I don't know.
What brand is that?
Minnesota Rich. I'm going to land right through the flight deck. Look out. Look out.
Wait, which way's the wind going? Okay.
Oh.
Belfast area traffic. Carbon Cub. Green and white Carbon Cub plus 30 something. Looking to touch and go on runways 22
Oh
and
boys,
whatever the other end is
there's
at the same time.
there's a river we got to go down here. Southbound on the river.
All right, to the river.
Oh, it's wavy down here. Oh, there's a bridge.
Oh boy. Do you have what it takes to go under the bridge?
I do. I have it.
Dramatic.
Let's hope it's not solid.
Cue dramatic music.
Oh, it goes uphill a little bit. Oh yeah, I'm good.
Did you make it?
Yeah, I made it.
But did you do it inverted though?
You want me to try that?
It's kind of a cool little river. Are we landing in North or South Belfast? Could be important.
Could be south.
Uh-oh.
Going to Crumlin.
Crumlin? Is that what you said?
Yep.
VHS is off for the night. Thanks for joining, man. Hope you had
Yeah,
fun.
take care. Have a good one.
See ya around for the next one. Where'd you go, Carbon? I thought you were in front of me. Now you're nowhere.
Headed towards the hills to the west.
Oh, you got
Whoa.
way over to my right. How did you get over there already? It's incredible. Just
Lost
going
juice.
past the Titanic Museum. What? There's a Titanic Museum here? Ozark Eagle checking out for the night. Thanks for coming along.
Yeah, take care.
We shall see you
Get some sleep.
again. She was built in Belfast. I don't know if that's good or bad, to be honest with you. All right, right turn to the northwest. Up and over these hills.
Did you say up and over?
Yeah. Are you going around? Or are you going over?
I'm going on.
On the hill? Oh boy. He's doing it again. Unscheduled landing.
Oh, look at the headwind. That's amazing. Just floating.
So yeah, I don't know if I have an open field over here. Maybe I do. We'll make an open field.
Very nice, very nice.
I can't
Well
see
done,
over the top
Skyfog.
of the hill. Oh,
Wow, there's lots of room to play up here.
well done by me. Yeah, there's some good fields up top of this.
Good view of Belfast.
Yeah, look at that.
Future Cubist. Very nice. Ooh, stalled wing. Crunchy.
Uh-oh. Got a man down over there?
He's going for a sled down the side of the mountain, it looks like.
Unscheduled descent.
Whoops. Time to go into slew mode.
Recover. Gotta come see this. We have a couple books that lean on our fireplace, and they all just fell randomly.
Oh, you have ghosts?
Yeah, that's a confirmed haunting. It's my specialty. I call it a reverse Bernoulli.
Look at these landings. This is ridiculous. Maple 6-6 doing the vertical. Lost juice.
Wow.
Hold it, hold it, hold
Everyone's
it.
hovering.
Yeah, that's the way to go for it. Oh, he stalled the wing.
Bummer.
Here comes Minnesota Rich. Inbound.
You can do it. I believe in you. I think.
Oh, that was a good shot. 270. Oh, stalled wing.
Mayday.
There's death and destruction everywhere.
Sounds so excited for it.
Here comes Jugular Beer. What you doing, Eric?
He's a ways out. I think he's trying to figure out what we're doing.
Lost juice. Hold on to her. Hold on to her. Oh, yeah. Oh, nice. Oh, nice. Look at that landing. Oh. That's amazing. Well done. Grade A hot sauce.
I think I would have
With the jet.
sheared my right landing gear off right there.
Mayhem everywhere.
Oh, someone just tipped trying to quickly take off.
All right, I guess it's time to get back in this thing and go, eh?
Let's do it. Don't tip over.
Oh, Minnesota made it down. That's awesome. All right, direct egal. Autopilot this thing, and then I can play around.
Pick out a spot for super to crash. Draw chalk outline. RIP to super. Super, are you cheating on us with another streamer? Full fuel. Roger. Is his name Punch Dickens?
Oh.
Are his initials PD? Maybe he's going under an alias to avoid celebrity. Chat thinks you're playing Among Us. You look very sus. I saw a carbon vent.
What was that?
Nothing.
Oh.
Just some Among Us slang the kids are saying these days. Aldergrove Airport on our right side there.
That's a cool looking one.
Yeah.
So we are landing at Crumlin. There's 2 runways, runway 25 and let's see, where's the wing coming? 25 and 02.
Yeah, so we want 25 then. 25
yeah.
is almost head on.
All right, town of Crumlin, get ready.
5 miles out.
Population is increasing by twice.
Give us all of your gas. Man, look at this. Like, all the fields are, like, perfectly green. It's, like, insane.
Yeah, it looks so good. So everyone's getting pretty close, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about 4.5 miles out.
Right on. Good flight, guys. Sorry I couldn't be there with you. What an interesting evening tonight turned out to be.
Oh, good.
Oh, boy.
Not quite what you were going for, I don't imagine.
No. Not exactly. Not exactly. But there is this weird, like, feeling of no stress about some dead stick being dropped on me right now or something. So that's a positive.
It was teased but never came. For now, it will wait quietly in the shadows.
Yeah, the scenery has looked amazing.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Gorilla, we all decided we'd save it for you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys saving your dead sticks. Oh, that sounds terrible.
Come on now.
Everyone's saving their dead stick for me. Ugh. Is that what love is? Is that what you're calling love? That's interesting. All right. I'll take it.
They said they liked your panicked reactions better.
Like, hey,
what is this nonsense going
I
off
believe
of my window?
I'm getting fairly famous for what? Why is it doing this? What's happened? I crashed. Carbon, try and fly through that.
Oh.
Okay.
Or land on it.
Do not. Don't do that.
Wolfie. How you doing, Wolfie? Coding is killing me at the moment. Dude, I miss you around. I like that you always pop into the stream, but I miss having you in the skies. Miss your streaming too.
All right, 1 mile final, runway 25. Group of Cubs.
How much longer are you in school there, Wolf?
17 more semesters. Just kidding. Hopefully that's not true.
That would make me sad. 1 day? You've only got 1 day left? Come on.
Congrats. No, that can't be true.
Oh, he'll be graduating in.
He'll be done in one day. Yeah.
All right. Murder of Cubs coming in. Short final.
Murder of Cubs. I like that.
That was Mordecus.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I've got the stream and everything up. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It's weird sitting here just watching and not panicking.
I can like barely taxi because of this wind.
Good Lord, Carbon.
What's wrong?
Wolf, why don't you tell everyone in chat what you're going to school for? Oh, what just happened there, Carbon?
There's more glitches. Getting them all over the place tonight.
Oh, that was weird.
I'm flying again, apparently.
Oh. So landed. What
You're
are you
supposed to be
doing?
on your wheels. Nice.
All right, down and clear. Engine full lean. Prop back and RPM off.
All
Look
these
at all these
professional drivers all lined up.
all lined up, all sexy like.
I think my logbook worked that time.
Man, Carbon, how do you
How do I what?
not crash on taxi?
How do you just not die?
Just like it's more how fast you are. It's crazy. Why can't I? There we
Ben Hammer.
go. Yeah. God. Get a real job. Now I don't know how to get back. There we go.
Uh-oh. Lost juice. Are you all right? What happened? Did we lose a man? Plane?
Lost juice. You all right? Okay, so don't fast taxing in a strong headwind. Yeah, I hear you, Merlin. Going to school for an associate's and IT security specialist. Look at all these. Look at this gaggle of Cubs. This murder of Cubs, I believe someone put in there, which is awesome. So the Pokemon livery probably isn't working because Carbon doesn't have the Mega Pack. Because it's Carbon streaming right now. I'm just here taking up airtime.
Very nice, everybody.
Very cool. Very cool.
Group. Holy.
Well done, everyone. Good flying today, most of us.
Yeah. Good job, guys. Really great stuff. Oh God. Let's see.
Thursday we will be continuing down Ireland, I believe.
Yeah. So Lost Juice landed on a roof. Amazing. All right, guys. I think with that, I'll end it here. Stick around. We are going to do a raid. As per usual. The guy that we're going to see, it looks like, is a real-life Alaskan pilot. An older gentleman, so let's raid the crap out of this guy. Give him lots of follows. He's doing he's flying a 208 and doing some on-air hauling. So for the send-off, obviously, thank you so much to our sponsors, Cub Crafters and Best Hugs, and thank you all so much for joining as per usual. Lost Juice just
Someone
stole,
just
took
smashed
off.
it to the ground in the background. All right.
Fantastic. What a way to go out. But thank you everyone for joining. Really appreciate it. Tonight is probably a good example, but you know what? Life's kind of crazy. Don't ever forget to stop and look around. And of course, always enjoy the journey. Peace.
Thank you.